morning and welcome to wonderful Melbourne for day 3 of the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships here at MSAC. We're delighted to have you here on Kayo Freebies, and we have a fantastic morning of swimming to follow up 2 great days. So a day 3 action underway, beginning with our 12 years 50 freestyle. Kira Jeffs, after taking out the 400 freestyle last night, is turning into the sprinter. Is our fastest seed going in for the 12-year-old girls. We've also got some 17, 18 years 100 breaststroke with the Surrey Park teammates Isaac Ballinger and Owen Williams-Polly battling for fastest seed this morning. And our 15 years 100 fly, Isabella Osborne, who's been swimming fantastically, gets to compete in her favourite butterfly events. Our 14-year-olds are swimming their 100 backstroke, so we have to watch out for Lily Kosh there. That backstroke and Lily Kosh is up in her 100 backstroke. We know her strengths lie in the breaststroke and backstroke events. For our youngest age group, our 12 years, they're tackling the 200 individual with Zara Olawani from DVE, our fastest qualifier so far. Our 16-year-olds have the 100 butterfly as well as their 100 backstroke, and the tough ones are also tackling the 400 freestyle today, and that includes Alana Torrance from MLC. And our 15-year-old swimmers, as well as having the 100 butterfly, where we talked about earlier with Isabella Osborne, they also have a 400 freestyle and 200 backstroke, where in the boys, Campbell Wilson Moran is our fastest seeded athlete. We'll round out the morning or early afternoon by the time we get there with our 14 years 400 metre freestyle. So great morning of action, and we're looking forward to having you joining us here on Kayo Freebies. Our 12-year-old girls are getting set behind the blocks for their 50 freestyle. We have 11 heats of our 50 freestyle today. For all our morning sessions, we are seeded fastest heats first, so the 3 fastest heats are first with our seeded heats, and then we slowly progress onwards from there. So we have over 100 12-year-old athletes who qualified here in the girls 50 freestyle, so that's a great effort for all those athletes who have managed to qualify for state championships. For many of these, this will be their first event here at the Victorian Age Long Course Championships and swimming at their first Victorian Long Course Championships. So I see some nervous and some excited faces behind the blocks as our swimmers for Heat 1 are getting themselves set and waiting for the referee's whistle here in this first event. It is a beautiful day here in Melbourne, sun shining, nice and warm. Yesterday evening it did get a little bit chilly, so I'm sure those swimmers will enjoy the extra warmth on pool deck. Like all our technical officials are now in place, and we are almost ready to make a start. Our supporters, coaches and team members are on pool deck to support their teammates, with all the parents, grandparents, friends up in the stands as Heat 1 is now on the blocks. So Cara Jeffs is our fastest qualifier here at a 28.06 and is leading through this first 25. So we saw her perform well last night in the final of the 400 freestyle, and she's putting together a really good swim in this opening 35 metres of heat 1 of our 12 years 50 freestyle. And she comes into the wall and touches in a time of 28.45. So we're looking for our fastest 10 athletes to qualify for tonight's finals. So far we've had 4 swimmers in that opening heat under that 30-second barrier. So it does look like you're going to need to go under 30 seconds to qualify for tonight's final. Here in heat 2, Azalea Feng and Zara Olawani setting an early speed, with Zara now extending her lead over Karma as those two start to pull clear of the field. But it is Zara Olawani who's going to take heat 2 out in our 12 years 50 freestyle in a time of 28.71. So nice swim there from Zara in that 28-second range as we move now along to heat 3. And in lane 4, it's Zara Jeffrey who leads with Abigail McNaught in lane 5. Abigail slightly ahead of the 25-metre mark. But now Zara's pulling back up alongside her and sneaking ahead. Also, Sophie McEwen from Yarra Plenty Waves in lane 3, putting in a good performance. As they come into touch, it is Zara who touches first in 29.08. So we have had 10 athletes under that 30-second mark. So now we're moving on to our non-seeded heats. All these athletes have an entry time in the 31-second range. We'll see if any of them can break into that 30-point range. A nice strong start in lane 8 by Mary Steele, and she leads through the opening 25. Now making their way through in the middle of the pool is Mackenzie Ryan and Waylin Tron. Also swimming well is Sophie Barkai in lane 9, but it is lane 4 and 5 with Riley and Trong who are going to take this heat out as they come into touch in a 30.91 from Mackenzie Riley. Heat 5 is underway. Really fast off the blocks in lane 3, Audriana David, and she's used that speed off the blocks to pull out almost a body length lead at that 25-metre mark. Putting a really good swim together, Audriana, and extending out to over a body length as she comes down to the flags with 5 metres left to swim. She had an entry time of 31.84, and she's absolutely smashed it by nearly a second and a half there, or exactly a second and a half, 30.34. It's not going to quite be enough to qualify for tonight's final, but it's going to put her way up the rankings. As we move now along to heat 6. So now we move into a heat which we all have entry times in the 32-second range. So we'll see if any of our swimmers can post a time sub 32 seconds. Very quick off the block, Ariana Mejak in lane 2. But at the 25 metre mark, it's lane 0, Cassandra from Northwest Aquatic, who leads, and she's still leading at that 35 metre mark. Just ahead of Anastasia on her inside, as those two come down to the wall and are going to take out heat 6 in this nice tight battle. And it is Anastasia who gets her hands on the wall first in a 31.82, swimming under that 32-second mark for the first time. As we now move along to heat 7. Long underwaters there from Sienna Hunt in lane 7. But up first and stroking and leading at the 25 metre mark is Perrin Johns in lane 3. Also swimming well in lane 6 is Nara Wells. As those two lead through the 35 metres with 15 metres to swim. All important to get that head down for these final 10 metres and finish strongly into the wall. And it is Perrin Jones in a time of 31.95. Also swimming under 32 seconds for the first time. As we now move along to heat 8. Nice even start across the field in heat 8. With Zoe and Ruby in lane 8 and 9 out to the slight early lead, but now coming through in lane 4 is Scarlett Gilmore. Scarlett Gilmore and Audrey in lane 4 and 5 have now moved into the lead, with also swimming well in lane 7, Jess. So those three are going to fight this heat out and come into touch in a time of 31.89 for Audrey, just ahead of Jess, with Scarlett in third. As we move now to heat 9. Absolutely beautiful day here in Melbourne. That has resulted in a little bit of sunshine on your screen, but it's a perfect day to be in the pool, in action. And it is in lane 6, Georgia Anderson, who leads through the 35 metre mark, but swimming well in lane 0 is Coco. Coco's taken over the lead with 5 metres to go and is going to take heat 9 out in a time of 32.33. Smashing that 33-second mark for the first time. As we now move along to heat 10. Really quick off the blocks is Priscilla Lynn from MLC in lane 6. But coming up first after the underwater works is Allegra Bombardier in lane 5 from Latherton and Wyndham. Allegra holds that lead through the opening 25, just about half an arm's length across in front of the rest of the field. So Allegra doing a fantastic job here in heat 10 and comes under the flags with 5 metres to go and takes this heat out in a time of 32.60. Also breaking that 33-second mark for the first time. Congratulations, Allegra. As we now move along to our 11th and final heat of our girls' 12 years 50-metre freestyle. Nice even start as our 5 swimmers emerge from the underwater phase. And in lane 5, it is Clementine Conlon who leads with Edie Grigg in lane 2. Those two swimmers lead at the 35-metre mark and have got about half a body length over the rest of the field as they now come underneath the flags and are battling for their heat win here in the last and final heat, heat 11. And it is Edie Grigg who takes it out in a time of 32.81. Well and truly under that 33-second mark for the first time, swimming a 0.98 second PB. We're now moving on to event 72, the boys 12 years 50-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats. Our Victorian record in this event is a 25.95 set in 2017 by Stone Ma from Northwest Aquatic. So Julian Birch, who was seen swimming this week and putting together some really good relay swims as well on the opening night of the program. He's our fastest qualifier in lane 4, and he does lead through this first 15 metres and is out to almost 3/4 body length lead as we hit that 25-metre mark, with Gabriel Wong in lane 5 in second and a tight battle for third with the rest of the field. But it is all Julian here in this opening heat, and he's going to come in to touch the wall in a swift time of 27.08. As we now have heat 2 in the water. Based on that first heat, it's going to take a time well and truly under that 30-second mark to qualify for tonight's final, with some big PBs from that opening heat. This heat's nice and even across the field. Within lane 4, Fraser Nagel and Benjamin Van Dyke in lane 3, our leaders through that 25-metre mark, but it is tough to call as we come underneath the flags. Moving through in lane 5 is Jordan Silva, and it is Jordan Silva who takes it out in 29.35. As we now move to heat 3. So we'll all be fine there. That swimmer just fell into the water after they said stand down, so no problems there for Nicholas Robson. Acrobatic entry. Harry McCraw from Canberra Grammar, really strong underwaters there, and he's used that to his advantage to pull out to a 3/4 of body length lead through this first 25. With Titus Tang and Harvey Lee sitting in second and third. So Harry had that advantage off the start with those strong underwater dolphins, and he's used that to pull away and keep clear of the field and win this third heat in 27.92. I think we've so far 29.6 is what was required to place yourself in the top 10 after our first 3 seeded heats. But you never know, someone from outside the seeded heats could post a time to put themselves in contention for tonight's final. Campbell Mills in lane 2, so lane 3, really fast through this opening 25.
Team manager from Terrelgan and Nunawading to the technical director's desk, please. Team manager from Terrelgan and Nunawading.
And Campbell does take heat 4 out in a 30.59, taking off almost 0.8 of a second from his personal best. This is 29.63. Currently sits in 10th position. As heat 5 are now in the water. So we had 11 heats of the girls 12 years 50 freestyle. We have 6 heats of the boys. So our second last heat is now in the water. And in lane 2, it's Marcus Hunt-Smith, who's leading with 10 metres to go. And Marcus comes underneath the flags now and is going to take this heat out in a time of 31.44, just ahead of Taeyu Chen. As we move along to our 6th and final heat of our boys 12 years 50 freestyle. So our final 3 12-year-old boys are in the pool here, as Hae Lee from Maccabi Ajax, who leads through this opening 25. All these boys had entry times in that 32.2 second range, 32.2. So we'll see if any of them can post a PB here in this 6th and final heat as they come underneath the flags. And a strong finish by Adams, making this nice and tight. It is who holds on for win in a 31.85, with Adam also swimming sub 32 seconds. So 2 out of 3 PBs, 3 out of 3 PBs in that last heat, with Ayan breaking his personal best by 0.01 of a second. As we now move from our youngest athletes to our most experienced athletes here at the Victorian Age Championships, with our event 73, the girls 17, 18 years, 100 metre breaststroke. We have 2 heats. On the blocks is heat 1. So Charlie Millard in lane 4. Off to a nice strong start. Has pulled out to almost the bowling lead over the rest of the field, with Jessica Proudlock from Tiger Sharks in second, and a nice tight battle between Emma and Dakota for thirds. So Charlie's doing a really good job of keeping that stroke nice and long in this opening 50 as she turns through in a 33.54. So although she kept that stroke nice and long, she kept the speed on as well. Looked very relaxed, 33 point in that opening 50. She's just continued to extend that lead here in this second 50, with Jessica Proudlock maintaining second place, but Emma from Surrey Park coming up alongside her. So it's going to be a nice battle for the minor places in this opening heat, with Jessica, Dakota and Emma all in with a chance to finish second, third and fourth. But it is Charlie who is going to take this opening heat out. She comes underneath the flags, switches off a little bit in this last 15 metres and touches in a nice time of 1:14.24, with Emma in second and Dakota in third. So underway here in heat 2. And in lane 4, Zara Callan from D5 Swimming Club. Off to a nice strong start, and she's pulled out to a body lane clear of the rest of the field, which are all nice and even through this opening 25. So Zara doing a really good job of, although she has that tempo up nice and high, stretching up nice and long and staying tall and tight at the front of her strokes as she's driving off her legs. She turns through at the 50 in a 34.66. Well clear of the rest of the field, with Charlotte Bass in second. So we saw 5 of our swimmers faster than a 124 in the first heat. We'll see how many of them can be faster than that mark here. So you want to be in the top 5, faster than that 124 to give themselves a chance to be swimming in tonight's final. It is all Zara Callan from D5 in this opening heat, in this second heat. As she comes into touch in a time of 1:14.81. So it was Charlotte Bass with Zara Callan in second. And in third place, Rebecca Lang. It does look like our top 6 finishers from that heat are going to sneak in tonight's final, with 4 of our representatives coming from that first heat. As we've now moved along to our boys 1800 metre breaststroke here for event 74. Isaac Ballinger is our fastest qualifier with an entry time of 1:04.56. And he's setting the standard here in this opening heat. But also going with him is Charlie Whitsett and Sam Matheson, with Dane Schneider in lane 6 not far away. It is Isaac who turns first in a 31.39. And has started to pull out to 3/4 of body length lead in this third 25. So Isaac's just slowly extending his lead over the rest of the field here in Heat 1. The other boys will be battling to try and finish in that first 3 spots to give themselves the best chance of coming back for tonight's final. But it is Isaac who comes into the wall and takes this opening heat out in a 1:06.40, with Charlie in second and Sam in third. So here in Heat 2, Callum Holland-Laval is our fastest seated athlete and showing that speed through this opening 25. James Morrow in lane 5 also swimming well, as those two are out to a body length lead over the rest of the field. So based on that first heat, looks like we're going to have a time well and truly under the 110 to make tonight's final, as Callum leads through in a 31.59. So Callum continuing to hold that 3/4 of body length lead over James Morrow, and a strong second 50 from Owen Worsham, as he's now starting to reduce the margin to our early leaders. James Morrow's coming up alongside Callum, and those two are going to go neck and neck for the last 10 metres, with Owen Worsham coming nice and strongly to match them. And it is James Morrow who touches first in a 1:08.26 or 27, followed by Callum, who lost his cap, and Owen really strong second 50 for third. Was a move now along to Heat 3. So Joshua Gomes, who we saw put together a really good swim last night in the relay for Artemis Aquatic in lane 4, is off to a nice strong start, with the rest of the boys spread evenly through this opening 25. We'll look for Mitchell Stewart in lane 5 to make his move in that second 50. He's more of a 200 metre breaststroker than a 100-metre breaststrokes. So look for him to come through the field in this second 50. But it is Joshua Gomes who leads through in a 31.52. Braden Wilson in lane 3 from Shepparton is starting to close the margin to Joshua slightly. Also swimming well in lane 6 is Trun Lee. And it does look like it's going to be a race between those boys as we come underneath the flags with 5 metres left to swim. And Joshua has led from start to finish and takes down to 108.58 with Braden in second and Nam getting the touch for third. We're now getting our backstroke ledges all set up for our event 77, the girls' 16 years 100-metre backstroke. Our Victorian record was set back in 2008 by Grace Lowe, a former Australian Dolphin, in a time of 101.57. That was a very quick swim from Grace back in those days. 2008 is a while ago now. Swimming under the minute mark in backstroke was something that only a handful of swimmers had done. So strong start in lane 8 from Georgia King. But Alana Torrance is starting to pull clear of the field in lane 4. We saw Alana Torrance last night in the 400-metre individual medley, putting a good performance to take out the state title. And she's our fastest athlete here in the girls' 16 years 100 backstroke with an entry time of 105.69. And she leads through this opening 50 in a 32.57. Also swimming well is her MLC teammate, Mackenzie Hunter. And Mackenzie's moved into second place. And those two have a body length lead over Kate Middleton and Kiara Tate. So it is going to be Alana Torrance who's going to take this opening heat out of the girls' 16 years 100-metre backstroke. She comes underneath the flags and touches in a time of 107.61. With Mackenzie Hunter in second and Kate Middleton in third. So we now have Heat 2 behind the blocks as Heat 1's results are being displayed on the screen. So in lane 4, Andrea Tolentino, always strong at her underwaters and does come up in the lead with Erica Shaw following closely behind, as well as Nicolette Wright. So Andrea just using that strong underwaters, just pull out a slight lead that she's maintained through this opening 50. So we'll look for her to put together another good turn here at the 50-metre mark as she turns through in a 32.90. Strong Dolphins coming up at that 8-metre mark. Also coming up nice and fast is Nicolette Wright from Tarragon in lane 5. She's moved just ahead of Erica Shaw in lane 3. Those three are now all even with 25 metres left to swim, and also putting together a good swim in lane 7 is Madeline Horvath. But it's the three in the middle of the pool who are leading, but it is nice and tight as we come underneath the flags, and in lane 3 it's Erica Shaw who's going to touch first in a 108.92, with Nicolette Wright in second and Andrea Tolentino in third. So we've so far had 7 swimmers at that 1:10.4 or faster mark. So this third and final heat know what they need to do to make the final. To be safe, you definitely want to be under the 110. Strong start in lane 7 from Stephanie Moran has put up alongside our leaders in the middle of the pool, with the Amelia Blake now using that swim speed to pull ahead in lane 4 from MLC. Madeline Doyle in lane 5 is also putting together a good opening 50 here. Here's Amelia Blake, who turns first in a 32.62, with Maddie Doyle in second and Stephanie in third. So Amelia just continued to extend that lead after the underwater phase on this second 50. Keeping her head nice and still, that tempo nice and high, looking relaxed, keeping those toes up, and just continuing to extend away through this second 50. As she comes underneath the flags, got 5 metres left to swim, and is going to put together a nice strong swim and touches in a time of 107.50, with Stephanie in second and Maddie Doyle in third. So it looks like you needed a 1:11 to make that final there. So some solid swimming from our 16-year-old girls as we move now on to event 78. Our boys 16 years 100-metre backstroke, which we have 3 heats of. So Victorian record stands at a 55.44 for our 16-year-old boy, set back in 2004 by Andrew Lauderstein in the days of the Clim Swim Trojans. Obviously, Andrew went on to win world and Olympic medals. As in this opening heat, it's Samuel Scodela who leads through in a 29.74. So Samuel doing a really good job. Nice high tempo, keeping that kick going nice and strong, with Ethan Ravensdale also swimming well in lane 6. Those two boys have pulled clear of the rest of the field as we move under the false start rope with 15 metres to go. And it is Samuel who's going to take heat 1 out. in a time of 1:02.06, with Ethan in second and Thomas Smith in third. We're now moving along to Heat 2. So Heat 2 are ready to go. We're just waiting for the referee's clearance on the results from that first heat before we move along to Heat 2. In lane 3, we have Ashley Nichols here, who's always strong on those underwaters, so look for him to lead through this first 15 metres. As we're seeing our athletes set themselves up behind the block, staying nice and focused as we're just trying to reset the scoreboard before we can move on to our second heat. That's why there is a delay. So we're just having a technical scoreboard reset before we can have heat underway here in Heat 2. That's why you can see that clock ticking at the bottom of the screen. They have not been swimming for 3 minutes, 20 seconds. They're just ready to go. Trying to stay calm, focused on what their job is. As our swimmers for Heat 1 just have a bit of a chat in the pool, discuss their swims. With Samuel and Ethan seeming to be pretty happy with how they went in Heat 1 there, as Heat 2 is now in the water. And Ashley Nichol does emerge at the front of the field as well as Eamon McCarthy. So it's our country swimmers from Traralgon and Warrnambool respectively that had the best of our underwaters here in Heat 2. As they turn through that opening 50, it is Eamon who leads through in a 29.5.6 ahead of Ashley, and in third Riley Cunningham. We saw Riley Cunningham put together a fantastic 400-metre individual medley last night, so we know he's nice and tough, and he's taking it up to the boys here in this speedy event of the 100 backstroke. And that strong second 50 from Ashley Nichols from Traralgon has moved into the lead and is going to take Heat 2 out in a nice time of a 1:00.90. With Riley in second and Eamon in third. So we've had 7 boys swim a 1:03 or faster in our opening 2 heats. So you need to be in the top 3 and faster than that in this third and final heat to give yourself a chance to be back here tonight. I'm sure some of these athletes will have had a bit of a sneaky look, worked out roughly what they need to do. As we're underway here in Heat 3. Really strong dolphins underwater from Oscar Campbell in lane 5. As he led through that opening 15 metres. It's nice and even, though, between Oscar, William and Tyler in the centre lanes, with Justin not far away behind in lane 2. So now, as they approach the turns, important to maintain that speed into the turn. Use that last stroke to pull you into your turn to set yourself up for some strong dolphins underwater. And again, it is Oscar who stays under the water the longest and pulls back up alongside William, who led through the first 50 in the 30 points. So William from Ivanhoe Aqua Power has just started to extend his lead in this second 50 out to almost half a body length, as we've got 15 metres left to swim. So Williams coming underneath the flags and is going to take heat 3 out as he comes into touch in a time of 1:02.48. With Oscar in second and Tyler Norton in third. With Patrick Bain 1:03.31, I think doing enough to sneak into tonight's final. Actually, no, he does. I think he's in an equal 9th place there. That 1:03.31 is what it took to make tonight's final. And our boys 16 years 100 backstroke, as we now move along to event 79, the girls 15 years 100 metre butterfly. Isabella Osborne, who always gets off to a really strong start in her races, is putting together a fantastic opening 50 here in lane 4 and turns through in a 28.94. Isabella had an entry time of 1:02.49. At 28 high first 50 is giving herself a chance to swim nice and close to that personal best time here in this morning's heat session. Also swimming well in lane 7, Angelina from Haileybury, and she's probably holding on to second place here with 15 metres to go. But it is all Isabella Osborne, and she comes into touch in a 1:01.90, swimming a new personal best time. Congratulations. With a fantastic swim there. And Angelina touching in second, with Isla in third. So Isla just getting the touch ahead of Stella. Will that be the difference between qualifying for tonight's final or not? With Isla, Stella and Jessica separated by less than 0.1 of a second. Nice even start in lane 3 and 4 between Annabelle Jorgensen and Gemma Holt here in Heat 2. And they've got a slight lead over the rest of the fields, with Romy Hurd from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 5 sitting in third place, just ahead of Jade King from Warrnambool. It is Gemma who leads through in a 30.46, just ahead of Annabelle. Romy in third, Jade in fourth. Gemma's doing a fantastic job of staying nice and relaxed and keeping those hips up nice and high in this second 50. That's the challenge in that butterfly, maintaining that tempo and keeping your body up nice and close to the surface. We don't want to start to feel like we're sinking in that last 25. And Gemma's done a really good job maintaining that rhythm all the way through this race, and is going to take Heat 2 out in a time of 1:06.46, with Romy's strong second 50 moving her into second, and Kiara Carlton touching in third. So it does look like that 1:07 is going to be the magic number, but it's a question of what 1:07, because we've had a lot of our athletes here in our 15-year-old girls 100 metre butterfly swim that 1:07. We'll see what we have here in Heat 3. Courtney Mudge and Judy Hussein Aman are our strongest starters in the centre of the pool, with Courtney just starting to pull out a slight lead through the first 25 metres. Judy's not letting her get her way though, and they're going to come into the turn nice and tight through this first 50, with Courtney leading at 30.04, 0.4 of a second ahead of Judy, with Brooke Briscoe sitting in third. A nice strong turn there from Courtney Mudge has extended that lead slightly, but now Judy's trying to make up that margin again in the swimming portion of this second 50. With 15 metres to go, Courtney's just got an arm length lead over Judy, and those two are 2 body lengths clear of the rest of the field. As we come underneath the flags, it is Courtney who takes this out in a 104.93, with Judy in second and Simone Kinzette in third. So 10th place is currently sitting at a 107.85 from our 3-seeded heats. As we now move into Heat 4, the first of our non-seeded heats.
Infraction report for event 78, Heat 1, Lane 9. Swimmer's head did not surface at or prior the 15-metre mark after the start of the race. That is event 78, Heat 1, Lane 9.
Isabella French and Kate Morrison are swimming strongly in this opening 50, as well as Emily O'Teary from Traralgon in lane 3. As they turn through the 50, it is Isabella French just ahead of Kate, with Emily in third. So Isabella's looking nice and relaxed here, keeping those hips up. Emily's starting to challenge her now with 25 metres to go. Those two are going stroke for stroke with 25 metres to go here in Heat 4. Emily's now moved into the lead. So our Traralgon swimmer has taken over the lead for the final 15 metres here of our women's 50 butterfly, 100 butterfly for our 15 years age group, as Emily comes into touch in a time of 1:12.29. Isabella in second and Kate Golby in third. We now have Heat 5 in the water, our 5th and final heat of our girls' 15 years 100-metre butterfly. And through this opening 25, all three of our athletes, Imogen, Annika and Isabella, going stroke for stroke. So they all had entry times in the 1:14 range. We'll see if any of them can post a PB here. As we come into the turn, it's still nice and even between all three of them, but it will be Isabella Richardson who turns first, ahead of Imogen and Annika in third. So turned in a 34.3 for Isabella. If she can maintain that and swim a sub-40 second 50, we're on track for a personal best. And she's doing a really good job. It's now extended out to almost a body length lead over Annika and Imogen, with Annika's now moving into second place. We have 15 metres left to swim, and Isabella continues to lead and gradually extend over her competitors as she comes underneath the flags and into the wall to touch in a time of 1:13.81 in a nice personal best, with Annika in second and Imogen in third. We're now moving on to event 80, the boys' 15 years 100-metre butterfly. Our Victorian record was set in 2017 of 55.21 by Oliver Nash. And in lane 4 and 5, Eric He and Mossman Lumsden out to a nice strong start. Eric He is the only athlete with an entry time under the minute here in this opening heat. Has an entry time of 57.29. He's using strong underwaters there off that turn. He's now a body length clear and going further ahead of Mosman in this second 50, with Dimitri moving into third place. But Eric He is in control here, looking long, smooth and relaxed, sitting up nice and high in the water, keeping that tempo going as he comes underneath the flags and takes this opening heat out in a time of 57.35, so right on his personal best, with Dimitri getting the touch for second ahead of Mosman. As we move now along to Heat 2. So Eric He, in that opening heat, was the only one who had a personal best under the minute. We'll see if anyone can join him here in Heat 2. George Huang, as we expect from Surrey Park in lane 4, really strong underwaters. Also swimming well in lane 2. No surprise that he's got some strong underwater dolphins there, is Sam Welsh. You recognise the name? Yes, that is Matt Welsh's son. Although Matt Welsh was better known as a backstroker, he also did put together a very good butterfly swim. And in lane 3 now, moving into the lead, is Hamish Robson in this second 50. So Hamish is now starting to extend his lead over his competitors, with Jack Gibson in lane 5 trying to go with his MLC teammate. As we move under the flags with 5 metres left to swim, and it is Hamish Robson who takes it out and does go under the minute in a 59.39, with Jack Gibson in second and Sam Welsh in third. As we now have Heat 3 in the water. In lane 4, Tian Berger getting the best of the starts, just ahead of William Watson. So we'll see if anyone else can join the two boys who swum under the minute mark in our opening 2 heats. It is William Watson from Campbell Grammar Aquatic who is going to lead through this opening 50 in a 28.35. A nice strong turn then from William there to consolidate his lead, with Tian Berger sitting half a body length behind in second and Maximilian, our visitor from Singapore, in third. So William Watson continues to lead, timing his strokes at the same time as Tian Berger. Tian's making some late ground but isn't going to quite get there. And William Watson joins the sub-minute club in a 59.87. Tian in second and Maximilian in third. Tian swimming right on that minute mark, so that's obviously something he's going to aim for tonight, to see if he can go 0.01 of a second faster and get under that magical minute barrier. As we're now underway in Heat 4, with Jack Gonzalez from Yarra Plenty Waves off to the best of the starts, but Andreas from Bendigo East coming up alongside him through this first 25 metres and has now overtaken Jack for this lead here in Heat 4. So it will be Andreas who turns first in a 30.19. with Jack in second and Sam in third. So Andreas has maintained that lead in this second 50. But that battle for second is starting to tighten up between Jack and Sam, as we've got 15 metres left to swim in this fourth and final heat of our boys' 15 years 100-metre butterfly. Andreas is going to take this heat out and he's challenging his personal best of a 1:07.95 and takes over a second off his personal best with a 1:06.40. And also swimming a personal best there was Jack. So 2 out of 3 PBs in our final heat, which is a pretty solid effort. As we now have our backstroke ledgers back into the water as we move along to event 81, the girls' 14 years 100-metre backstroke. We have 6 heats with heat 1 behind the blocks. So Lily Kosh is in heat 1 in lane 4 as our fastest seated athlete with a 1:06.45. We saw her finish second in the 200-metre backstroke event last night, as well as take out the state title in the 100-metre breaststroke on the opening night of competition. It will be the centre of the pool who leads, with Alana McDuss and Lily Kosh and Annie Steele swimming strongly through that opening 25. And they start to pull a little bit in front of the rest of the field, with Lily Kosh and Annie Steele going to turn first at this 50-metre mark. And Lily leads through in a 32.23 with Annie in second and Alana in third. Strong underwaters there, and it looks like Lily had a plan in this heat session to really work this second 50. She's increased that stroke rate, kept that tempo up nice and high, those toes bubbling at the surface, keeping that kick going nice and strong here in this second 50. So she's really attacked this second 50 of this 100 backstroke and has pulled out to almost 2 body length lead as we've got 5 metres left to go, and comes into touch in a time of 1:06.53, which is right on her personal best time. Annie Steele in second and Alana McDuff in third. So 3 swimmers there under the 1:10 mark, setting a good standard here in this opening heat. As heat 2 are now set behind the blocks. So Jessie Steinem, our state champion last night in the 200-metre backstroke, swims out of lane 4. So look for Jessie to put together a really good strong swim here in this 100-metre backstroke. She's doing just that. That nice high stroke rate that she's able to maintain has set her into the lead through this opening 35 metres. Also swimming well in lane 7 is Millie Dodd from MLC. So as we go through that 50-metre turn, it is Jessie Steinem who leads through in a 32.26 with Millie Dodd in second and Misha Nicholson in third. So Jessie Steinem continues to extend her lead over the rest of the field here in Heat 2 with a nice tight battle for second, with Misha now moving just ahead of Sarah Pravilli and Millie Dodd. Also swimming well in lane 5 is Kiara Shaw. So coming under the flags with 5 metres to go. It is Jessie who touches first in a 107.13. We'll just have to wait for Misha's time to come up. She touched second with Sarah in third. So we'll just wait for that time to come up. So we've got that Hawkeye technology to provide the backup time. So we'll wait for that to come up. It might not come up straight away, but when you look at your live results or your Meet Mobile app, you'll be able to see what time Misha Nicholson came up with. So that fantastic technology of Hawkeye, world first in swimming, to provide our backup timing. As we now have heat 3 behind the blocks. It's great to have you here with us on Kayo Freebies for the heat session of day 3 of the Victorian Age Long Course Championships. Going right out to that 15-metre mark is Alicia Clark from Nuttawading in lane 3, and using those strong dolphins to her advantage to come up in the lead, with Emily Tulloch and Grace Cox moving up alongside her as we approach the 35-metre mark of this opening 50. It is Emily Tulloch who's moved into the lead just ahead of Grace Cox as we go into the turn, as they turn through together in a 32-1, with Alicia Clark using those strong dolphins to pull back up alongside them after the turn. So those three have got about a half body length lead over the rest of the field in this second 50. Emily Tulloch has now extended her lead again and is out to almost a half a body length lead in this second 50 over Grace Cox, with Alicia Clark just a bit further away in third. So Emily's doing a really good job maintaining that nice fast tempo, and she comes underneath the flags and takes out heat 3 in a time of 109.90, with Grace Cox in second and Alicia Clark in third. So we'll have to wait for those results to be official to work out where our top 10 times sit. As a reminder, we're waiting for our Hawkeye technology to provide the backup time for Misha Nicholson. So make sure you, for all interested parties, get your live results app up at the conclusion of this event to see who are our top 10 finishers. You can always find those results on Meet Mobile. As we move now along to heat 4. So heat 4 is our first of our non-seeded heats. So these means these athletes were ranked 31st to 40th on entry times. So they'll be looking to try and post some personal bests and see if they can move up the rankings. Maybe not all the way into the top 10, but some of them might be able to challenge for a spot in the top 20. Through this first 50, it will be Perry who leads through in lane 6 in a 35.52, with Catherine in lane 9 in second. They all had entry times through the 1:15 to 1:16 range here, so that opening 50 at that 35 is giving themselves a chance to post a personal best time, and Perry's continuing to lead in this second 50 and has extended her lead out to almost 3/4 of the body length with 15 metres left to swim. Swimming well in lane 3 also is Hannah Wilkinson, and she's moving into second place and has reduced that margin to Perry as we come underneath the flags and into touch. It is According to the scoreboard, Hannah who gets the touch. We might have to check on the backup time there from Perry. Both of them swimming in 1:15. Also joining them in the 1:15 is Eloise, Millicent, Catherine. So nice swims there from our athletes, with a number of them posting personal best times in Heat 4. As we now have Heat 5 behind the blocks, getting themselves ready. So we're just waiting before we start Heat 5. I think some of our referees are just confirming the results. As we can see, some of our athletes for the boys behind the block starting to warm up, as well as Heat 6 of the girls, with our Heat 5 athletes just getting them set behind the blocks. As they now got the referee's whistle to enter the water. A strong start in lane 1 from Ruby Pallet from Traralgon, and she leads through the first 15 metres. And now moving through in lane 8 is Chiara Fernando. So Chiara's taken over the lead through this first 35 metres, and going with her are competitors on either side of her in lane 7, Eleanor Justin, and in lane 9, April Downing. Those three are going to be 1, 2, 3 at the 50-metre mark, as they're turning through in 35 seconds. So Chiara has continued to extend that lead in this second 50, and has got half a body length lead over Eleanor on her inside, and those two are a body length clear of the rest of the field. Eleanor is starting to come alongside Chiara with 15 metres left to swim, and those two look like they're going to battle out this Heat 5, putting together fantastic swims with entry times of 1:16.9 and 1:17.0. We're looking to a big PBs from both of them, going into that 1:14.28 for Eleanor, with Chiara not far behind, also swimming a 1:14. Some massive PBs here in Heat 5. Within third place, Izzy from Shepparton, also taking over a second and a half off her personal best. As our Swimming Victoria staff are helping the athletes, making sure their ledges are set up properly for our 6th and final heat. GU in lane 7, really nice strong underwater, so she comes up with a half body length lead over the rest of the field. We'll see if she can convert those strong underwaters into a good swim here. She had an entry time of a 1:18.05, but those strong underwaters have given her a chance to swim a really good swim there. Now coming up alongside her is Ines in lane 6. So the two athletes on this side of the pool will lead through this opening 50 as they go into turn together. It is Ines who leads slightly in a 35.87, with Lucia in third. Again, strong underwaters from GU, pops up in the lead, and now Ines starts to make ground back on her, and has now taken the lead with 25 metres left to swim here in Heat 6. So Ines has moved into the lead, just ahead of GU, with 15 metres to swim, and moving through in lane 4 is Lucia. But it is Ines from Ballarat Gold who's going to take this sixth and final heat out in a time of 1:14.59, taking 3 seconds off her personal best, with GU in second and Lucia in third. So again, heat 6 providing some big personal best swims, taking multiple seconds off our entry times there. So make sure you check out those results for Event 81 on Meet Mobile to see who our fastest 10 qualifiers are for tonight's final. We're now moving on to Event 82, the boys 14 years 100 metre backstroke. We have 5 heats. Our Victorian record in this event was set back in 2012 by Nicholas Gronwalt from Nuttawading of a 57.56. There's not many age group backstroke records in Victoria that Nicholas Gronwalt doesn't have his hand on. So we saw Henry Allen putting together some good swims last night, and he comes up nice and strongly. But getting the furthest off that start in lane 6 was Harry Heath. I'm not sure if he didn't go too far though, so we'll have to wait for that one. But Harry Heath and Henry Allen well clear of the rest of the field. And Henry Allen turns first in 29.54 over Harry Heath, with Xavier Oguri in third. So Henry Allen from Bendigo East is keeping his tempo up nice and high in this backstroke leg, getting a little bit stuck on the lane rope on the way back, but continues to pull clear of the field. Henry had an entry time of 1:00.41 and is going to be not too far away from that in this morning's heat session as he comes into touch in a 1:01.45, with Xavier Oguri in second and Harry Heath touching third. But I believe that George Yang is going to be that third place finisher in that heat. Yeah, so Harry Heath did go too far underwater there, as we're now going to move along to Heat 2. As our officials' results for that first heat were displayed on the screen. So many different backstroke positions off the start. Within lane 5, Darwin pulling up the lowest on the blocks, but coming up the fastest at the 15-metre mark. Shows that you have to really just choose your own position on the blocks, work on that clean entry, and then carry as much speed as you can into your underwater dolphins. But now moving through is Blake Hughes from Northwest Aquatic, and he turns first in a 30.71 ahead of Lewis G, with Darwin in third. Darwin again using those strong underwaters to pop up in the lead after the underwater portion on this second 50, and now moving through is his Nuttawading teammate Lewis into the lead, with Darwin and Blake battling for second place in this heat. But Lewis has started to extend away from his competitors in this second 50 as he comes into touch in a time of 1:03.09, with Blake in second and Darwin in third. So 5 swimmers in the 106 or faster range out after our opening 2 heats. So there's plenty of chances for our swimmers here in heat 3 to post a strong time to give themselves the best chance to be back tonight for this evening's finals. Working those underwaters nicely is Toby Callahan from MLC in lane 4, and he leads through this 15-metre mark and has got a body length clear of the rest of the field. Toby in an entry time of 1:104.60, which was about 2 seconds clear of his nearest competitor. So we look to see him out in front and continuing to maintain his lead that he set up in this first 50 as he turns through in a 30.63 with Peter in second and Jack Darling in third. So Toby's put together some good swims so far at the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships, and he's putting another one together here in this heats of this 100-metre backstroke for our boys 14-year-olds. He's out to 5-metre lead with a nice tight battle between Peter and Jack in lanes 5 and 6 for that second place. But it is Toby who's going to come into the wall and touch in a time of 1:03.31, with Jack getting the touch ahead of Peter in a 1:07.23 to a 1:07.42. As we now move along to heat 4 of our boys 14 years 100 backstroke, as our results for heat 3 are now being displayed. Nice even start here in heat 4. Within lane 0, Oliver Kingston right up with a chance, as well as now moving through in lane 2, Luke Gallagher from Ballarat GCO. In lane 6, we have Williams Simmons, who's now taken over the heat lead, as those 3 athletes will turn together through this first 50, with William leading slightly in a 33.20. Again, strong underwaters from Oliver Kingston in lane 0, as he's retaking the lead at the 75-metre mark, but now using his swimming speed as William Simmons in lane 6, and he's moved back into the lead with 15 metres left to swim. So William Simmons from South Gippsland Bass is going to take heat 4 out as he comes under the flags and touches in a time of 1:08.83, giving himself a big boost up the rankings. He's not going to be far outside the top 10 with that time there, as Oliver finishes in second and Luke in third. As we now move on to our 5th and final heat of the boys 14 years 100 metre backstroke. We have just the 2 athletes with Hugo Munro and Ethan Wang, with Ethan in lane 4 from St Leonard's. Sorry, it's Jack Green from St Leonard's and Blake Scott from Ballarat Gold here in heat 5. And it is Jack who leads in a 33.68.
Infraction report for event 81, heat 2, lane 4. Turn not initiated immediately after leaving position on back at 50-metre turn. That is event 81, heat 2, lane 4.
So it is Jack Green from St Leonard's who's moved clear of Blake Scott from Ballarat Gold and takes this out in a 1:11.08, taking off a nice second and a half from his entry time, with Blake Scott also swimming a personal best time, getting under that 1:13 mark for the first time. We're now moving along to event 83, the girls' 13 years 200-metre individual medley. Our Victorian record in this event was set by Jessica Adams from DVE in 2012 at a time of 2:22.63. Starting strongly in the butterfly leg in lane 1 is Lily Jones, with Olivia Holmes in lane 4 and Emerson Hogan also putting together a good butterfly leg, but it will be Lily Jones in lane 1 who leads through after the opening 50 from Olivia Holmes, with Emerson in third. As we move on to the backstroke leg, it is Olivia Holmes who's moved into the lead from South Gippsland Bass in lane 4. Lily Jones maintaining second place, but now starting to swim well is Emerson and Mia in lane 5 and 6. So Emerson and Mia have now moved past Lily Jones into second and third as they trail Olivia Holmes by 2 body lengths as we move to our backstroke to breaststroke turn here in heat 1. So Olivia leads through in a 1:11.33 from Emerson, with Mia in second. So Olivia continues to maintain that lead through the first 25 metres of our breaststroke leg. Olivia's doing a really good job of maintaining that nice high tempo in her breaststroke, but getting good distance out of each stroke. Emerson has started to pull clear of Mia in that battle for second, and now leads Mia by a body length with 15 metres left to swim in this breaststroke leg. Starting to make a strong move from Nuttawading. In lane 2 is Amelia, and she's moved into third place. Olivia still leads at the 150-metre mark from Emerson, with Amelia in third. So it is Olivia Holmes, who has an entry time of 2:30.74, 7 seconds faster than Emerson, who is going to take out heat 1 with 15 metres left to swim. Emerson has now pulled well clear of the rest of the field and is comfortably in second. But touching first in a time of 2:35.02 is Olivia, with Emerson in second and Mia Mithsad in third. As we now move along to heat 2. So Caitlin Ord and Mia Bates getting out to the strongest starts here in heat 2. Look for Mia to really work this butterfly leg, with butterfly being her strongest stroke. She's doing a good job and pulling out to a body length lead over Zali Schneiders and Caitlin Ord. So Mia leads through after the butterfly in a 31.99, with Zali in second and Caitlin in third. So moved on to our backstroke. All three of our athletes trying to keep that tempo up nice and high in this backstroke leg. You want to feel like it's fast arms, soft legs that are sitting nice and high in the water in our medley swims. Zali Schneider using her strong backstroke leg to now move into the lead ahead of Mia, with Caitlin remaining in third place. So Zali has now pulled out to almost a body length lead over Mia as we approach the backstroke to breaststroke turn, and turns through first in a 1:10.99 with Mia in second and Caitlin in third. Caitlin is a strong breaststroker, so look her to make a move on Mia in this breaststroke leg, with Zali Schneider maintaining her lead and Caitlin now starting to move up alongside Mia in this breaststroke. So Zali continuing to lead by about 2.5 body lengths over Caitlin and Mia. So Zali staying nice and long in her stroke in her breaststroke here. Stretching tall between each stroke. Zali had an entry time of a 2:31.64. So she's probably not going to go quite on her that time to this in morning's heat session. But well out in front, with Caitlin now moving into second and Mia Bates in third. So Zali looking nice and comfortable in that freestyle leg, with Caitlin starting to make some ground on her and reducing that margin back to 2.5 body lengths, with Zali got 15 metres left to swim. So Zali from Geelong Swimming Club is going to take heat 2 out as she comes under the flags and into touch in a time of 2:35.27, with Caitlin Ord in second and Mia Bates in third. So good swims there by Caitlin and Mia, breaking the 2:40 barrier for the first time. So we've had seven swimmers at a 2:41 or faster. So there's been some big PBs here from our 13-year-old girls in the heat session of the 200-metre individual medley. So our swimmers in our third and final heat will have to put together some good performances to move into contention. Some strong underwaters from Jacinta Guri and Elizabeth Mack. I'm a little bit worried that we may have gone a bit too far there. We'll have to wait for the referee's decision. But through the first 50, it will be Jacinta Guri who leads ahead of Lucy Doyle and Elizabeth Mack. So we moved on to our backstroke leg, and swimming well for Bayside in lane 8 is Gemma Sullivan. And Gemma's moved up right into the lead alongside Lucy Doyle in this backstroke leg. So with 15 minutes to go in our backstroke leg, Lucy Doyle is slightly ahead of Gemma Sullivan and Jacinta Guri. So we're moving into our back to breaststroke turns. We'll see what type of turns our athletes do. A few different varieties there, as there always is for our backstroke to breaststroke turn. The important thing is that our athletes commit to their preferred turn, practice it in training so that they can execute it in their race. Lucy Doyle leads in our breaststroke leg and is extending her lead over Jacinta, but now moving into third place Elizabeth Mack in lane 3.
Could we please have a representative or a team manager from Flyers to the technical director's desk, please? Team manager or representative from Flyers. Thank you.
So Lucy Doyle leads at the conclusion of the breaststroke leg from Jacinta Guri, and now moving into third place is Bronwyn Zeng. So strong swim there in the breaststroke leg from Bronwyn to move through the field. We'll see if she can maintain that third place with a nice tight battle with Elizabeth Mack in lane 3. It is going to be Lucy Doyle who comes into the wall first here in this heat, ahead of her Nuttawading teammate Jacinta Guri. As Lucy has got 5 metres left to swim and comes in and touches in a 2:35.02 with Jacinta in second and Elizabeth in third. A good swim there from Bronwyn as well in fourth, taking off a couple of seconds from her entry time. We'll just have to wait for those results to become official, as there were some long underwaters off our starts, with the rule being you can only go to that 15-metre mark. And yes, it does look like that Jacinta did go past that first false start rope, the 15-metre mark, on her underwaters. As we move along to event 84, the boys 13 years 200-metre individual medley. So we're underway here in Heat 1 of our boys 13 years 200-metre individual medley with Lemwell from Nuttawading using those strong underwater dolphins to come up in the lead and continuing that through this opening 25 of butterfly. William Tan in lane 5 has now moved into second place, just ahead of Garen Lim in third. So Lemwell leads through in a 30.43 ahead of William Tan and Garen Lim. So we're moving into our backstroke leg now, and Lemwell has extended his lead out to 1.5 body lengths over William Tan in this backstroke leg. Lemwell is doing a really good job of keeping that tempo up nice and high, which is what you want to do in an individual medley backstroke leg. Trying to feel like a nice high tempo and feel like you're saving the legs, keeping them light and fast while you're still kicking them, because when we move into our breaststroke, which our swimmers are about to do, it's a heavily leg-dominated stroke. So Lemwell leads from William Tan, and moving into third place, William Lowe. So Will Liu is now moving right through the field into his strong breaststroke swim. He turned third, but he's already up to first by the 25-metre mark of this breaststroke leg. So our early leader, Lemwell, has now been passed by William Liu, with Will Tan challenging Lemwell for second in this heat. So William Liu putting together a really strong breaststroke leg, moving from third to first and pulling out a body length lead at the end of breaststroke, which will convert to a longer lead into that freestyle leg as he turns first ahead of Lemwell with William Tan in third. So the boys have moved on to their freestyle leg. It's really important to try and bring those fast feet in right from the start of the freestyle leg and fight all the way down this final 50. William Tan putting together a nice strong freestyle leg and has moved up alongside his teammate as they have 5 metres left to swim and coming into the wall in this opening heat. They touch in a 2:30.68 for Will Tan, just 0.01 of a second ahead of Will Liu, with Lemwell in third. As we move now along to Heat 2. Fast start from Nathan Nye in lane 3 with a quick reaction time. But Bosco Dew from Ballarat made the best of the underwaters as he reached the 15-metre mark first, but now moving through in lane 4 is Luca Brown from Melbourne Swimming Club. We saw Luca Brown last night put together a fantastic swim to take out the state title in the 400 freestyle, and he leads through this opening 50 in a 30.29, ahead of Bosco with Nathan in third. So we've moved into our backstroke leg here, with Luca Brown extending his lead out to almost 2 body lengths. Doing a really good job in this backstroke leg and keeping that tempo up nice and high. Now moving into challenge for second is William Goldstraw, who's come up alongside Bosco Dew as they turn through.
Event 83, heat 3, lane 4. Head did not break surface of the water at or before 15 metre after start. That's event 83, heat 3, lane 4.
So Luca Brown leads through the 25-metre mark of this breaststroke leg, with William Goldstraw now moving into a clear second place, and also swimming well in lane 0 from Tiger Sharks is Ben Merilis. So Ben has now moved into third ahead of Bosco Dew, and coming strongly in lane 3 is Nathan Nye. So Nathan is now taken over third place and closing down on second place at the conclusion of this breaststroke, but it is Luca Brown who leads into the freestyle from Nathan, with William Goldstraw in third and Ben Merilis in fourth. So Luca Brown has got a body length and a half lead into this final 50 of freestyle. Nathan Nye in second, a nice tight battle between William and Ben for third. Those spots in the final up for grabs, so it is important that you try and take the best possible result you can in your heat, as Luca comes into touch in a 2:30.06 with Nathan in second and William in third. As we now have our third and final heat of our boys 13 years 200 metre individual medley on the blocks. And in lane 2, Harrison Main from Wodonga City off to a fantastic start, and he leads through this opening 25 metres. So he's maintained that lead through the entire butterfly leg, and Harrison touches first in 29.82. So nice strong butterfly there from Harrison. We'll see if he can maintain it through this backstroke leg. And in second place we have Jacob Ritchies, with in third Ashley Lanesbury. So he is maintaining his lead, Harrison, of a body length, as our backstrokers start to try and make a move in this second 25 of backstroke. He's still maintained that body length lead over in lane 2, Harrison, over Jacob and Ashley in lane 5 and 6. Ashley's now moved up into second place as we move from our backstroke into our breaststroke. It is Harrison who leads through by almost 2 seconds into our breaststroke leg. Now moving through in the middle of the pool is Cody Sade from Traralgon. So Harrison Main continues to lead, with Ashley Lanesbury in second, Jacob Ritchie in third, Cody in fourth, but Hamish Evans is now the mover in our breaststroke leg, and it's gone from 6th at the turn, and he might even touch at the 150 metre mark in second. So really strong breaststroke leg from Hamish Evans as he moves into second place, a body length behind our early leader, Harrison Main, who's led right from the start. So Harrison's put together a fantastic swim and leads Hamish Evans by a body length into this freestyle leg, and has extended it out to 2 body lengths. Swimming well in lane 6, Ashley Lanesbury. He's now starting to challenge Hamish Evans for second. And coming through is Cody Sade and Jacob Ritchie's in lane 4 and 5. We know who our heat winner is going to be. He's led right from the start. It's Harrison. But that battle for the minor places in this heat is nice and tight. Harrison goes into touch in a 2:27.65. Cody Sade gets the touch for second, with Jacob Ritchie in third. So that was a nice fast heat there in heat 3. We might get up to 5 athletes from that third heat make it into tonight's final. As we move now along to event 85, the girls' 12 years 200 metre individual medley. Starting really strongly from Warrnambool in lane 1 is Abigail McNaught. We saw Zara Olawani earlier in the 50 freestyle, putting herself into tonight's final in lane 4. She's our fastest seed here with an entry time of 2:33.91. So we'll look to her to start to establish her dominance over this heat, as she does lead through in a 32.89 after the butterfly leg. Also swimming well is Octavia in lane 5 from Bayside, and those two now have a body length lead over the rest of the field halfway through our backstroke leg. So Zara has a slight lead over Octavia with 15 metres left to swim in our backstroke. She's looking nice and relaxed tempo as she moves into the final 5 metres to approach the wall for our backstroke to breaststroke turn. And she leads through in a 1:12.61 ahead of Octavia, with Madison Brown in third. So Zara is now extending her lead in this breaststroke leg out to almost 2 body lengths over Octavia, with Madison Brown starting to close the gap to Octavia in third place. So Zara's out by about 5 to 6 metres now, as she's really extended away from the rest of the field through this breaststroke leg. Keeping that stroke nice and long, holding that stretched out tall, long arms until her feet finish kicking before she moves on to her next stroke. She turns under that 2-minute mark here in heat 1, with Octavia holding on to second just ahead of Madison Brown. So with 25 metres left to swim here in heat 1, it is all Zara Olawani. Zara has just gradually extended her lead that she had at the end of the butterfly, through the backstroke, put a big margin in the rest of the field in the breaststroke, and is going to take out heat 1 nice and comfortably as she comes into touch in a time of 2:38.48. Tight battle for second, with Madison Brown's strong second 100, moving her into second place ahead of Octavia. As we move now along to heat 2. So in lane 5, Kira Jeffs, winner of our 400 freestyle last night for our 12-13 age group, leads through this opening 25 metres of this 200 metre individual medley. So she's got a body length lead over Madison Harvey. So Kira will lead after the butterfly leg in a 2-2-1 with Madeline in second and Audriana in third. So we saw Kira up earlier today in the 50 freestyle, and she set the fastest time in this morning's heat session. So she'll look to make a second final here. She saw the time that Zara posted, who was our second fastest through in the 50 freestyle early this morning. So she'll know what she needs to do if she wants to secure a centre lane for tonight's final as she turns through the 100s. With Adriana moving into second and Madeline Harvey in third. Also swimming well is Matilda Clark from Surrey Park in lane 7. So now our breaststrokers have a chance to make their mark in this 200-metre individual medley as Kira continues to lead and is out by 5.5 metres over Madeline, who's now moved back into second place and is starting to gain a little bit of ground in this breaststroke leg and has cleared well away from the rest of the field, who are now moving into third place. In lane 2 is Leona Lowe-Hermans. So it is Kira who leads at the 150-metre turn over Madeline, with Leona in third. So Kira looking nice and relaxed as she comes into the freestyle. That strong kick going the whole time, keeping it, even when she's breathing, no pause. That's really good practice that she's obviously been working on in training. The tendency is obviously when we breathe to let those legs drop off, but she's keeping that kick going. If anything, she's picking it up in this last 15 metres, which is coming underneath the flags and going to come into time of a 2:36.11, which does set the fastest time so far, with Madeline in second and Leona in third. So some strong swimming there in heat 2 as we move on to our third and final heat of our girls 12 years 200-metre individual medley. So far we've had 8 swimmers, 2:47.6 or faster. So we'll need a strong swim here in heat 3 to put yourself in a spot to make this evening's finals, with Zara Jeffrey from Canberra Grammar Aquatic getting off to a nice strong start in lane 5. About 3/4 of the bottle and clear of the rest of the field as we move towards the concluding stage of our butterfly and move into our backstroke leg. It is Zara who leads in a 33.19 ahead of Karma and Ya in third. So Zara has extended her lead in this second 50 and is out by almost 5 metres at the 25-metre mark of our backstroke leg. Zara is doing a really good job of keeping that tempo nice and high, head staying nice and still. Is rotating those shoulders as she moves into her backstroke to breaststroke turn now. And turns first in 1:13.30 with Yarulan in second and Stella in third. Karma has moved strongly through that turn to move into third place after the backstroke to breaststroke turn, but it is still all Zara in this third and final heat. She's holding that 6 or 7 metre lead that she established during the backstroke leg over Yarulan. So Zara, if anything, has further extended that lead as she concludes her breaststroke and turns into her freestyle. Yarulan turns in second, and a nice tight battle for third with Karma just leading. But it is all Zara here in this third and final heat. Looking nice and comfortable 25 metres into her freestyle leg. Keeping a nice strong kick going. Breathing every two. Keeping good length in her stroke. As she comes down with 5 metres left to swim. And is going to post a nice strong time with a personal best of a 2:45.86, being absolutely smashed as she comes in, touching a 2:37.52. Yarulan in second. And Karma in third. And I think that third place finish there from Karma is just going to be just enough to squeeze in 10th place to this evening's final. As we now move along to event 86, the boys 12 years 200 metre individual medley. We have 3 heats. In the water now is heat 1. Harry McCraw from Campbell Grammar Aquatic, putting together a nice strong butterfly leg as he's established almost a 5 metre lead over the rest of the field through this opening 50. So Harry leads through in a 30.66 with Thomas Bryan in second and Lutz Kraselberger in third. So Harry's doing a really good job there, keeping his tempo up nice and high in this backstroke leg. Head state remaining nice and still. He's looking relaxed. You have to be aggressive but relaxed through your backstroke leg in an IM, because we've still got our breaststroke and freestyle still to go. As Harry turns first in a 107.55. Now moving into second place is Kepler Schneiders, with Louis Kritzberger in third. So Harry's continued to extend his lead in this breaststroke leg out to almost 10 metres over the rest of the field, with Kepler Schneiders from Geelong putting together a good breaststroke swim and is cleared out by 2 body lengths over the rest of the field. Starting to make a move in lane 5 is Alan Zhang, and he's moved into third place. But 10 metres out in front of everyone is Harry McCraw from Campbell Grammar Aquatic as he turns through at the 150 metre mark. Nice, strong underwater dolphins there, getting out to 8 metres, which some of our senior athletes, our open athletes, would be very impressed to be able to get 8 metres off the final wall in 200 metre individual medley. So Harry at 12 is setting the standards nice and high that'll be able to hopefully maintain and continue to improve as he develops and gets older. But a really strong swim here from Harry. No one else in sight, and he's going to take out this opening heat in a nice time of 2:28.97, taking 8 seconds off his personal best time. It is Kepler who's going to come into the wall to touch in second. With Alan strong second to 100, moving into third. We're now going to move along to Heat 2. We're just going to clear the pool before we start Heat 2. I think we're just waiting for the officials to confer on a ruling and the scoreboard to be able to reset before we can move along to our second heat, which has done so now. So staying under the longest is Alfred Han from Surrey Park in lane 4. And he uses those strong underwaters to his advantage as he leads through this opening 25, with Callum Otto in second. Callum's starting to come up alongside Alfred in this opening 50 of the butterfly as we move to the final 5 metres of fly before we move on to our backstroke. It is Alfred who leads through in a 33.47 over Callum, and William in third. So Alfred has now extended his lead out to 2 body lengths halfway through our backstroke leg as he's moving further clear, and now moving into second place in lane 1 is Malcolm Malone. Sorry, in lane 2 is Malcolm Malone. As we approach the 100-metre turn, it is Alfred Hang who leads through in a 1:13.16 ahead of Malcolm, and William in third. So Alfred has moved on to his breaststroke leg now with a 5-metre lead over the rest of the field, and will now look to see our breaststrokers make their move. So we know that Xavier Eagle was our state champion last night in the 100-metre breaststroke, and he's in lane 5, and he's now starting to catch up to the other boys in that battle for second. So look for Xavier Eagle to possibly even move into second place by the end of this breaststroke leg. But there is no doubt on our leader as Alfred continues to maintain his 5-metre lead on the rest of the field, with now Callum and Xavier going stroke for stroke in that battle for second. So Alfred leads through the 150-metre turn, and it is Callum who just gets touched out by Xavier at that 150-metre turn. So we know who's going to win this heat, but who is going to finish in that all-important second place. William from MLC has moved back into second place through this opening 25 metres of freestyle. Callum sitting in third, and Xavier Eagle in fourth. Alfred Han leading from start to finish, and is going to take heat 2 out and putting together a nice swim and a big PB in a 2:39.03, or right on his time, with Callum Otto coming in second and William in third. So 7 swimmers there, or 8 swimmers we have actually, under a 2:47. So our boys in this final heat have seen what the standard is and know that if they're to qualify for tonight's final, some of them are going to have to post a nice PB. So we have Nicholas Robson in lane 4, who is our fastest swimmer on entry times of a 2:43. Harold and Titus have also swum times in the past that should give them confidence that they're a chance to make tonight's final. But they will have to put together a nice strong swim here in heat 3. And it is Harold Zhu who's going to lead through the butterfly leg in a 33.58 ahead of Nicholas, with Titus Tang in third. So Harold continues to lead, but the margin has narrowed with Nicholas Robson coming up right up alongside him, and Titus Chang joining in that battle with 15 metres left in the backstroke leg. So those 3 are going stroke for stroke. And now moving into the lead is Nicholas Robson with 5 metres left to go in our backstroke leg. So we approach our backstroke to breaststroke turn. And that's always tough because you've been able to breathe whenever you've wanted in your backstroke leg, and then suddenly you're having to hold your breath off that wall. With Titus doing the best job, getting out well past a body length after the flags as he's coming up in the lead. And moving into second now is Harold, with Nicholas back to third. So those three athletes have now cleared out by 2 body lengths over the rest of the field, with Titus Tang putting together a good breaststroke swim, but Harold not letting him get more than half a body length clear with 15 metres to go of our breaststroke leg. So Titus continues to lead by half a body length as we approach the final 5 metres of breaststroke, and we're going to move into our freestyle leg. So Titus leads from Harold, with Nicholas Robson in third. So Titus is doing a really good job, but staying nice and soft on those legs in this opening 25, with both Nicholas and Harold really using those legs to bring themselves back up alongside Titus in this opening 25 of freestyle. A really strong freestyle leg. Nicholas has moved from third and is going to challenge Titus and move into the lead with 15 metres left to swim. So from third at the turn at the 150 metre mark, Nicholas has moved into the lead and comes into touch in a time of 2:40.10, with Titus in second and Harold in third. We'll have to wait for Harold's time to come up via our backup system, which is our fantastic Hawkeye technology. But it does look like all three of those swimmers have done enough to put themselves into this evening's final. Well, I think at the 2:46.7 what was needed to finish inside the top 10. So athletes behind the blocks are for event 87, the girls 17-18 400 metre freestyle. We have 2 heats.
Swimmers, coaches and team managers, please note that event 93, the girls 15-year-old 400 metre freestyle, will now be from 4 heats down to 3 heats. That is event 93, girls 15 400 metre freestyle will now be 3 heats. And also event 97, the 800 metre freestyle, will now be down to 3 heats, previously from 4 heats. So that is event 97, 800 metre freestyle will now be down to 3 heats. Thank you.
So a strong first 100 here from Madison Cooper. Has pulled out the body length lead over Nicole Briscoe through that opening 100 and turns through in a 1:03.66 with Emma Harrison in third. So Madison loves her distance freestyle events and is doing a really good job to maintain that nice strong kick here in the 400 and keeping that tempo nice and consistent. There's no pause in her stroke. Those legs are going at the same tempo the whole time as she turns through the 150 metre mark, with Nicole still in second and moving into third now, Francesca Hanlon. So Madison has pulled out a 6.5 metre lead over the rest of the field. Madison had an entry time of 4:27.38. And she's using that experience she has in the 400 freestyle to put together a really composed heat swim here as she turns through the 200 now in a 2:11.63. So it's a 1:08.100 there as Nicole maintains second place ahead of Francesca. But it's nice tight battle between second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. With only 10 spots available in tonight's final, And with 2 heats of athletes, it's really important in this first heat that the athletes try and place themselves in the best possible position to give themselves the best chance to be swimming again tonight. Madison's looking nice and comfortable in this third 100. A little bit shorter off that wall than she has been off the previous walls, just with the one dolphin before she emerged. Whereas you can see that Nicole worked a couple more dolphins and came up past the flags off that turn. So Madison Cooper has now pulled out a 10-metre lead over the rest of the field in this third 100. So she's got 15 metres to swim with this third 100. We saw her swim a 1:08 for the previous 100. We'll look to see what time she can post in this third 100. And that was a bit of like a 1:11, so a little bit slower on that third 100 than the second 100, with Nicole in second and now moving into third, Dakota Mathers. So again, the battle for the minor spots in this heat, with 2 heats, the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th are really important to make yourself a chance to swim again tonight's final. But Madison Cooper is looking comfortable from the start. She pulled out a nice early lead in that opening 100. Has done a good job of maintaining that nice smooth tempo, staying nice and long and relaxed. We'll watch Nicole Briscoe again working those underwaters off that turn, coming out past the flags. Nicole has consolidated her second place, and a nice tight paddle for third between Francesca Hanlon and Dakota Mathers. But it is all Madison Cooper here in this first heat. And she's got 15 metres to swim, but the battle for second is tightening up, with Nicole Briscoe maintaining a slight lead. But Francesca Hanlon and Dakota Mathers have been racing each other and have narrowed that gap down. Madison Cooper takes the heat out in a 4:33.19, with Nicole Briscoe in second and Dakota Mathers in third. So you would think those first 4 athletes have done enough to put themselves into tonight's final, as we now have heat 2 on the blocks. So a nice even start across the field here in heat 2. So some of our swimmers here have been swimming this 400 freestyle at state championship level for the last 6 years, so quite experienced 400 freestyle swimmers. And swimming 2 400s in a day is a challenge, so it's really important to qualify for the final, but you want to try and make sure that you get through with the final and conserve as much energy as possible. Chloe Millard off to a nice strong start in lane 2. She's setting the pace here in heat 2. You want to try and swim fast heats, faster finals, but making sure that in these tougher events, you're really smart with the way you put the races together, because backing up in this evening session is a challenge, as Chloe leads through in a 1:04.44. And I think there's a little bit of eyeballing going on in the middle of the pool at the moment, with Brianna Burgess just starting to eke ahead in second place over Paige Holt and Sienna Shepherd. They would have seen the times from that first heat and know that if they can finish in the first 4 and put together a good swim, that they should be able to comfortably make tonight's final. But Chloe Millard, who had an entry time of 4:46.53, is leaving nothing to chance and has led from the start and continues to lead, with Brianna Burgess in second and now moving into third place Sienna Shepherd. So Brianna and Sienna have reduced the margin to Chloe to just half a body length in this second 100, with Paige Holt a further body length behind in fourth. So Chloe has led from the start and will lead through the 200 metre mark and she swam a 1:10 for that 100, with Brianna in second and Sienna in third. So Brianna really worked a strong turn there to move right up alongside Chloe, with Sienna a body length away in third, with Paige a further body length behind. So those four are nice and clear of the rest of the field. And again, the aim here now of this second 200 is to maintain their rhythm, maintain their pace, and they should have done enough to qualify for tonight's final. So Brianna Burgess has now taken over the lead for the first time, with Chloe in second and Sienna in third. So Chloe Millard was our 10th fastest seated athlete. So she knew she was sort of on that bubble. So she's given herself the best chance to make it into tonight's final by that strong first 200. And it's looking really comfortable over there still in lane 2, with Brianna now extending her lead in lane 4 as she turns through the 300 metre mark in 3:24. So Brianna swam a 1:09 for that 100. So starting to put the pressure on, with Chloe maintaining second place and Sienna Shepherd in third, with Paige Holt in fourth. So Brianna using her experience there, relatively comfortable for her first 200, and then trying to work through this second 200 a little bit stronger. Chloe Millard has maintained second place for this second 200, sitting 5 metres behind Brianna Burgess, but a body length clear still of Sienna Shepherd in third. So Brianna Burgess has moved into her last 50 and has started to continue to extend her lead over this second 200, and is looking nice and comfortable with 25 metres left to swim. She comes under the false start right with 15 to go. It's been a nice, solid, comfortable swim here, and a pretty impressive time, not that far off her entry time, touching in a 4:32.64. Chloe Millard is going to hold on for second and post a big improvement on her entry time of 4:40.55, with Sienna Shepherd in third and Paige Holt in fourth. So a strong swim there from Brianna. Did what she needed to do to put herself in this evening's final session. As our results for Heat 2 are now being displayed. As we move along now to event 88, the boys 17-18 400 metre freestyle. We have 2 heats in the water now as Heat 1. Our Victorian record was set in 2015 of a 3:42.84 by Mac Horton. Starting nice and strongly in lane 2 is Tyre Theodore, and he's going to lead through this opening 50 with Tommy Lane. So Tommy now has taken over the lead in lane 4, with Tyler still maintaining his second place, with Ol McKenzie in third. So Tommy Lane leads through in a 58.37, with Tyler also under the minute, as well as Oliver. So those first 3 athletes under that minute mark, as they're now settling into their rhythm that they want to establish for the rest of this 400. So Tommy Lane has been putting some really good performances together in the open water swimming over the summer at those bay swims and also at the Australian Open Water Championships. So he knows he likes to go long, but he's also a strong swimmer in the pool in these middle distance events. He's looking nice and comfortable as he makes his way towards the 200 metre turn Just keeping a steady kick, 2-beat kick going. Occasionally increasing it to a 4-beat kick as he turns through that 200-metre mark, just over the 2 minutes at 2:01.21, with Oliver McKenzie moving into second and Tyler Theodore in third. Jesse Phillips is now moving up alongside Tyler Theodore in that battle for third place as we move into this third 100s. So Tommy Lane continues to lead and continues to look nice and relaxed here in this third 100s. He's still working that push off the wall, not doing as many dolphins as you might do in a shorter distance event, but a nice strong push off the wall, one dolphin and popping up at about the 6.5 metre mark, using that strong push to give himself that free speed. So starting to try and bring those legs in just a little bit more in this third 100. As he's just slowly extending that lead, 50 on 50 as he turns through the 300 and a 3:04. So that 1:03 second 100 with Oliver McKenzie in third, and that tight battle between Tyler and Jesse for third and fourth. Again, we have two heats here in our boys 17-18 400 metre freestyle. So you really do want to be in that first three, first four, to give yourself the best chance of guaranteeing your spot in the final tonight. So Tommy, again, trying to increase that kick as we enter that final 50 metres. Going back to more of a 4-beat kick with a little bit more strength in his kick now. Upping the tempo slightly. Oliver McKenzie looking comfortable in second. But it is Tommy Lane who's now putting on a burst of speed for the final 15 metres, and he comes into touch in a 4:04.19. Nice strong 1:01 last 100s as Oliver McKenzie comes in for second, with Tyler Theodore holding on for third. So you can see some of the athletes behind the blocks do a quick glance up to the scoreboard to see the times for that first heat. Tommy's puffing a little bit after that swim, as you should be after a 400 freestyle in a 4:04. As we now move along to heat 2. So Harvey Lark in lane 4 is our only athlete who has an entry time under that 4:10 mark. So he'll look to set the standard in this heat. But Cooper Lambert from Tiger Sharks is our fastest starter and is going to lead just ahead of Harvey as they go through this 50-metre turn. They turn through in 28.2s. So nice, good pace to set ourselves off in this first 50. With it nice and even across the field. That first 50 is nice free speed. You need to feel long, relaxed and smooth. And now we need to start to challenge that speed. As we move through this first 100, Harvey Lark has started to establish his position at the head of the field here and turns through the 100-metre mark under the minute, with Joshua Carnes in second and Harry Hay in third. So the boys looking long and relaxed as they move into this second 100 of this 17, 18-year-old boys 400-metre freestyle here with heat 2. Just having a bit of a look at each other, just to see what they're doing, making sure they're in a good position as we move through this 150-metre turn. Again, not working the underwater so much off that turn in a 400, but just trying to stay long and relaxed after that strong push. So strong push off the wall, holding that tight streamline so you can get that free speed out past that 5-metre mark. So Harvey's continuing to lead by almost half a body length now over Joshua, with Harry sitting in third. As they go through that 200-metre mark in 2:03, sort of a 1:04, 100 there for our leading three athletes. We'll see if they're able to maintain that speed in this third 100. So Harvey Lark out to almost a 3/4 of body length leads. And you can see the boys are just trying to bring their legs in a little bit more in this third 100 than they were at the start of the race. Harvey's keeping a nice strong 4-beat kick going and adding a couple of dolphins off this turn and increasing it to a 6-beat kick out of that wall. So Harvey's really trying to put the pressure on in this third 100 and has pulled out a lead that just continues to grow over Joshua, with Harry sitting on Joshua's hip for the last 150 metres. So as we approach the 300-metre turn, it is still Harvey who leads and did sort of swim that 1:04, 100 again, or 1:03 high, so was able to expand his gap, whereas Joshua and Harry were sort of more of those 1:04 highs to 1:05 in that third 100, which is why Harvey was able to pull out a body length and a half lead into this final 100. So Harvey's maintaining that strong kick. Josh has increased his kick as well. Harry's still more going for the strong kick and then flutters. So he sort of alternates between a 4-beat and a 2-beat kick as we move into our final 50. So Harvey's maintained his lead that he's had from the 75-metre mark of this race, as he leads with 25 metres to go, with Joshua and Harry stuck together. Harry has not left Josh's hip from about the 75-metre mark of this race. As the boys come into the wall, Harvey's eased off and touches first in a time of 4:14, 9:7, with Joshua and Harry putting times in the 4:15 second range. And they're all safely through to tonight's final. As we now move along to event 91, the girls 16 years. Oh, no, before we move on to that, we look like we have a swim-off. So we are going back to our 12 years 50-metre freestyle, which was our first event of the program for our girls. Jamie and Phoebe swim off in their 50-metre freestyle. Nice even start from both of our athletes here. Get the crowd support. You can hear the Nuttawading teammates on the far side of the pool getting behind Jamie. It's neck and neck with 15 metres to go. Phoebe's pulled out a slight lead, but it's all about getting their hand on the wall for the touch. And both well and truly under the 30-second mark, swimming faster than this morning, I believe. And 29.57, and Phoebe takes it out. A nice little high five post-race there from our two swimmers. As we move now on to event 91, the girls 16 years 100-metre butterfly. A Victorian record set back in 2019 by Gabby Peiniger from MLC of a 59.14. A Victorian all-comers record is set by Ellen Gandy in 59.56. set back in 2008. Ellen Gandy did later, after she was a great British Olympian, did come and represent Australia. And she has now recently had a kid with another Australian dolphin, Sam Shepherd. Sam Shepherd represented Australia in the Open Water World Championships 25K. Many of you might know Sam Shepherd from his exploits in the Pier to Pub, which he's won countless occasions. This year he was the first time he competed as a father, and in the 30-plussers, no longer contesting that open division. In Heat 1 here of our girls' 16 years 100-metre butterfly, it is Giselle Davey who turns first in a 29.33, a body length clear of Mia. So we didn't see Giselle in the earlier swims today, so she's obviously been focused on this 100-metre butterfly and is putting together a nice strong swim and looking nice and comfortable here in this heat session. She has an entry time of 101.69 and is putting together a solid heat swim to touch in a 103.06 with Mia in second and Maddie Doyle in third. As we now have Heat 2 behind the blocks. As our Heat 1 results are being displayed on the screen. Just having the swimmers step back down off the blocks as we get set for take 2 here in Heat 2. Nice strong start from Erica Shaw from Shepparton. She always does a good job in those underwaters, and she leads through that first 15 metres in lane 8, as now it starts to tighten up with Sojun Huang and Isabella Canty starting to move up alongside her and move past her as we approach the 50-metre turn. A little bit long into the wall from Sojun, but she does maintain her lead in a 31.14 ahead of Isabella, with Sky Lambie moving into third. A nice strong swim here by Sojun, looking nice and relaxed, and she's pulled out to a body length lead over Isabel Canty and just continuing to extend that lead in this second 50. The battle for third is nice and tight, and it will be all important for those spots in the final tonight. But it is Sojun who takes this heat out in a 105.57, with Olivia Bartlett getting the touch for second in a 108.28, and Isabel Canty in third. We're now moving on to Heat 3 of our girls' 16 years 100-metre butterfly. A strong start in lane 6 by Kiara Hutchinson, but now taking over the lead in lane 4 as Amrita Subramanian. So Amrita just continues to slightly extend the lead, looking long, powerful and smooth in this opening 50. Amrita's always had a nice, long, relaxed looking butterfly, which is one of the keys to good butterfly. It always looks effortless. She turns first in a 30.15 with Isabella King in second and Layla Mahfouz in third. So Amrita continues to lead here, but Isabel King is coming up alongside her. And those two are going to battle out for this heat with Layla Mahfouz in this final 15 metres. So this the centre lanes who are contesting this heat win, and it's all on the touch. And it is Isabel King who takes it out in a 105.61, just ahead of Amrita and Layla. And so far you've needed a 108 low to put yourself in the top 10 athletes as we move on to our fourth and final heat. Here of our 16-year-old girls 100 butterfly heat 4. And in lane 5, Talina Bibi is putting together a really strong opening 50. And she turns first in a 31.51. So she's maintained her lead, Tellini, from Bendigo East, but now starting to challenge her is Riley Cardo from Surrey Park. And Riley has moved past her in this final 15 metres and is going to take our fourth and final heat out in a time of 1:10.68. Taking off a second and a half from her entry time. So that's a really good swim there from Riley, with Chloe Green getting up for second. As we now move along to event 92, the boys 16 years 100 metre butterfly. Our Victorian record stands at a 54.13, set back in 2004 by Andrew Lauderstein. Andrew Ryland in lane 5, getting off to a nice strong start and has continued to extend that lead in this second 25. So Andrew's going to touch first at the 50 in a nice swift time of 27.04. With Kaylin in second and Mayan in third. Wukfu Mayan to make a bit of a move in this second 50. As he's moved into second and starting to make some ground off Andrew Ryland. So a really nice strong second 50 from Mayan Baskar, and he's come up alongside Andrew and is going to take this opening heat out in a time of 58.60. With Andrew in second and also under the minute, Kaylin in third. Ashton Thompson Hall was strong on those underwaters, but now moving up is Jacob Lawrence. And Jacob Lawrence leads through the 25. And now our centre lanes are starting to take over with Joshua Wilkinson and Cooper Sutherland. Looking to touch first, but it is Daniel Shivataris. So Daniel's moved into the lead out of that turn. Ahead of Joshua, with Cooper Sutherland battling Harry Charlesworth for third. So with 15 metres left to swim, It is Daniel who's maintaining his lead, and he comes underneath the flags with a late challenge from Joshua. But they both swim sub-minute in 59.67 for Daniel to take the heat ahead of Joshua, with Harry Charlesworth finishing in third. So we've had 5 athletes under the minute mark in our opening 2 heats. We'll see if any more of them can join them here in heat 3. Ahmed and Ashley off to our strongest start here in lane 3 and 5, and they're going to lead through this opening 50. It is Ahmed who touches slightly ahead in 27.15. So now Felix is in second, and Ashley's making his way through into third. Ahmed's got a body length lead with 25 metres left to swim. Ashley Nichols putting together a strong second 50 to close the margin and move into a challenge for second place. It's all going to be about getting that hand on the wall with the correct timing. Ahmed comfortably in front in 59.06. With Ashley getting in touch for second, Felix in third, and sorry, that was Liam was taking out that heat. My mistake. Liam in a 59.04. As we move on to our 4th and final heat of our boys 16 years 100 metre butterfly. From Lavin and Wyndham in lane 5, Jake Hinkson putting together a really good opening 35 metres. Has got 3/4 of body length lead over Alec Jarvis on his inside. So he turns through under the 30-second mark with Alec in second and Benjamin in third. So he's maintaining it and has almost extended out to a body length and a half lead, Jake, here on this second 50. Had an entry time of a 106.33, and with 15 metres to swim, if he can maintain it, he's on for a big PB. So he's coming underneath the flags now, looking to get that full stroke on the wall finish, which he does, and swims a 103.89, so nice 3-second PB there. With Benjamin getting the touch for second. As we are going to move along now to event 93, the girls 15 years 400 metre freestyle. So a nice even start in this 400 freestyles. We just sort of settle into our rhythm in this opening 50. Kiara Mooney from Cheltenham is going to lead us through this opening 50 in a 30.41. With Natasha Coleman starting to now move into the lead, as you'd expect, as our fastest qualifier in lane 4. Just a comfortable first 50 from all our athletes, and now they sort of settle into their rhythm that they want to try and maintain for the rest of this 400. So Natasha has taken over the lead as she turns through in a 104.2. ahead of Kiara, with Charlotte in third, our visitor from New Zealand. So Natasha's maintaining that slight lead as she's keeping it nice and relaxed through this second 100, but not going away. In lane 7 is Alana Cummings, and Alana Cummings has moved right up alongside our leaders in the middle of the pool.
Swimmers, coaches and team managers, please note that event 99 will now be a straight final swam in tonight's final session. That is event 99 will now be a straight final in tonight's final session.
So it's 4 across the pool here, with our visitor from New Zealand, Charlotte, having a slight edge, possibly as we come into this 200-metre turn, as they turn through in a 2:15.
Swimmers, coaches and team managers, please note that event 103 is now down to 2 heats from originally 3. So we're now down to 2 heats for event 103. Thank you.
So Charlotte has slightly extended her lead in this third 100, with Cara Mooney and Alana Cummings still swimming well. So through the 250-metre turn, there's still not much between our top 3 athletes, with Natasha Coleman, our fastest qualifier, still looking comfortable, just a body length behind in 4th. So Charlotte from New Zealand is continuing to lead through the 300-metre turn, with 100 metres to swim here in our girls' 15 years 400 freestyle. In our 400-metre events, only the top 2 heats are our seeded heats. So once we move to 400 metres and above distances in international meets, you'll only see the first 2 heats seeded. Obviously, for our longer distance races over 400, at these championships, they're all time finals, but for our 400-metre events at our Victorian age long course championships, they are the first 2 heats are our seeded heats. So you really, again, want to position yourself in the first 3 to 4 to give yourself the best chance of qualifying for the final tonight. And Charlotte is still maintaining that slight edge over both Kiara and Alana, as we've got 25 metres left to swim. Kiara is starting to move up alongside Charlotte now for the final 15 metres. It's bringing those legs in, Alana. Kiara, as she comes under the flags, but it is Charlotte who responds and takes it out in a 4:37.19. Ahead of Kiara, with Alana in third and Ashley in 4th. So nice strong swim there from Charlotte, taking off about 5 seconds from her entry time. As we move on to heat 2. So in this heat, it's lane 4, 5 and 6. Catherine Boyle, Brooke Briscoe and Eliza Houghton, who's got off to the strongest start. And they lead through in 30 points, with Catherine Boyle turning first. So they saw the time that our first heat posted. They'll be looking to make sure that they can swim a solid swim in this morning's heat session to give themselves a chance to progress to tonight's final, with our top 10 athletes doing that, as Charlotte has extended her lead out to half a body length as we approach the 100-metre turn. It is Charlotte who leads, Catherine who leads ahead of Brooke and Eliza in third. So those three have got about a body length clear on the rest of the field and are each about a half a body length between them. Catherine is slightly extending that lead out to a body length over Brooke, with Eliza just sitting on Brooke's shoulder. So through this 150-metre turn, Catherine continues to lead. Nice, strong underwater from Brooke Briscoe. We saw her sister, Nicole, doing the same thing in her 400 freestyle earlier. So it's obviously a focus of those swimmers down at Geelong to work those underwaters, even in the middle distance race of the 400 freestyle. So Catherine's just keeping that steady tempo going, breathing every two, looking nice and relaxed, and having nice soft legs with a little bit of a two-beat kick going as she comes through this 200-metre turn in a 2:15.9. With Brooke in second and Eliza maintaining third place, but Sarah Cartel starting to challenge that third place over in lane 2. With also swimming well, Judy Hussein Aman in lane 6. Catherine Boyle just maintaining that body length lead that she established over Brooke 100 metres ago. The distance between the two athletes hasn't changed over this last 100. So you can see that Brooke has a bit of more of a 4-beat kick going the whole time, whereas Catherine sort of a la Lani Pallister sort of just trails her legs a little bit more with the occasional 2-beat kick. So Catherine Boyle is just starting to extend her lead in this third 100 as she tries to use a little bit more of those legs and keep a consistent kick going, as Brooke has now pulled two body lengths clear of the battle for third between Sarah Cartel, Eliza Houghton and Judy Hussein Aman. So through the 300-metre turn, Catherine is now out to a 4-second lead over Brooke, with Judy Hussein Aman moving into third place. Judy's been putting in a really strong performances in the second half of her races, so it's no surprise to see her move through this field in this second 200. So Catherine has just continued to extend her lead over the rest of the field in this second 200 and is out by over 5 metres now, with Brooke Briscoe comfortably in second and Judy Hussein Aman now body length clear in third. So we had 3 swimmers under the 440 mark in this opening heat. We'll see how many of our swimmers here in Heat 2 can join those swimmers under the 440 mark. If you're under 440, you're definitely coming back for another swim tonight. And Catherine is coming in to take this second heat out in a time of 4:35.97, with Brooke in second and Judy in third. So far, that time in the low 440s will have got us into tonight's final as we move on to Heat 3. So Julia Stipkovic from Peninsula Hurricanes leads through this opening 25 after a strong start as our athletes are just settling into their rhythm here in this first 50. So it is Kiara who turns first in a 32.10. And the strong working in and out of that turn and maintaining that tempo has given herself a body length lead over the rest of the field in this opening 100. Just quietened down a little here in heat 3. The noise was getting a little bit louder earlier in those first 2 heats, but just a little bit calmer, the atmosphere at the moment, as Kiara turns through in a 108.06. So Kira continues to lead as out by about 5 metres. Julia's maintaining second place. Through the 150-metre turn. So Kira's doing a really good job of just that tempo staying up nice and high with her arms. Not working those legs too hard, but that fast, consistent tempo is helping pull her through the water. Julia's maintaining second place, and it's very hard to split third with the rest of the field all in contention. So Kira turns through in a 2:23.04. She had an entry time of 4:54.81. So she's given herself a chance to swim a personal best through that first 200. Now it's all about maintaining that pressure in this third 100. Keeping that kick going with a nice steady kick. Just sort of, again, just a 2-beat kick, but that nice high turnover. With Julia Stipkovic doing a bit more of a 4-beat kick, a little bit longer stroke compared to Kira. So as we move through the 250-metre turn and towards the 300-metre turn, the margins are maintaining the same with nice, smooth, controlled swim here from Kira Carlton from Melbourne Vic Centre. And she turns through 3:39.06. So that's a 1:14 100 there. If she can swim another 1:14 100, we're looking for a PB. We'll see if we can increase that speed a little bit in this last 100. You can see she's trying to bring those legs in a little bit more. Julia's doing a really fantastic job down in lane 8 and has reduced that margin down to just over a body length and is really trying to start to bring her legs in as well. So those two are well clear of the rest of the field here in our third heat. So Kira turns first at the 350-metre mark, but the margin has been reduced and a strong turn from Julia has reduced it even further. Julia's really brought in those legs now with a strong 6-beat kick as she comes chasing. Kira with 25 metres left to swim. And they've come up alongside each other with Julia starting to finish strongly. Will Kira be able to hold on? But no, it does look like that Julia's going to, or second win from Kira. And they both touch the wall in a 4:52 for a PBs for both of them, but just Julia by 0.02 of a second there in our third and final heat of event 93. Our next event is event 94, which is our boys 15 years 400 metre freestyle. We have, I believe it's just going to be 2 heats out of our 3 that were listed. But I'll confirm that once we've concluded this heat. This is another one of Mac Horton's Victorian records, set back in 2012 of 3:56.49. Starting off really strongly in lane 7 is Ryan Chung from Canberra Grammar Aquatic as he turns through in a 28.33. Definitely set the speed nice and fast in that opening 50. And has just sort of settled back into his rhythm now. We're sort of letting the field come back to him with Tian Berger and Hamish Robson in the middle of the pool, the first to close the gap. And we're all back together as we turn through the 100 now. And it is Tian Berger who leads through in a 102.04 from Hamish Robson and Logan Brandy in third. So again, in these 400 freestyles, we've got 2 seeded heats. So our athletes, our top 20 athletes, are spread over the first two heats, whereas in our 200 metre and shorter distances, our top 30 athletes are spread over the first 3 heats. Going in lane 4, and then lane 5, lane 3, and so on as you spread out. So theoretically, in these heats, there should be a bit of a V formation. In the centre of the pool should be ahead of the swimmers on the outside. But at the moment, as we come towards the 200 metre mark, it is nice and even between 9 of our athletes here in Heat 1. And this time it's Logan Brandy's turn to lead through in a 2:09. So Logan's using his legs a little bit more than Tian, but Hamish Robson's also on those nice strong legs. So Hamish and Logan obviously more comfortable keeping that 6-beat kick going, with Tian's a little bit more of a kick and then stop as he floats between his each stroke. As they now move through to their next turn, we'll see who can work that Dolphins off the wall or nice tight streamline the best. So again, in a 400, it's not necessarily how far you dolphin off the wall. It's using that push-off speed, especially if you're trying to work those arms. If you can nice, strong push-off in a tight streamline, you can get 5 metres without having to put any energy in. And so that's obviously free speed. That's going to save you for the last part of the race where you need that extra energy. So Tian has now retaken the lead, but got confused and thought it was done. So he's going to have a bit of catching up to do after he's stopped at the 300 metre turn. Quite easy to do in a 400 metre event. We don't have our lap counters. We don't have the officials blowing a whistle, so you have to keep track of the laps yourself in your head. And if you get slightly confused, then that's what happens. So because of that, Hamish Robson leads through the 350 metres. Tian's starting to close the gap down again, but he's going to have to do a little bit of extra work than he planned for. So Hamish leads ahead of Logan and Tian in third at that last turn. And now all 3 boys are side by side with 25 metres left to swim. And so it's going to be a little bit of a race to the finish. Hamish is not letting them come back up alongside him, and is really adding those strong legs in for this final 15 metres, and is going to take Heat 1 out and comes into touch in a time of 4:21.21. With Logan in second and Tian Berger finishing this time in third. underway in Heat 2, and we are still going to have all 3 heats of our boys 15 years 400 freestyle. So Heat 2 is in the water with Campbell, Wilson, Moran setting the early speed. As we go through our turn, Campbell turns first in 29.08, ahead of Jack Morrow, with James Galgano in third. So we saw Campbell, Wilson, Moran take out the 200-metre individual medley state title last night. This is probably back to one of his more preferred events, more known for his freestyle and backstroke than he is for his individual medleys. As Campbell leads through in a 101, just ahead of Jack, with Ross now moving into third. Again, nice and even through this first 100 here in Heat 2 of the boys' 15 years 400-metre freestyle. You can see the different techniques of the boys, some of them more on their arms and some of them more making sure they keep a nice strong kick going. It is all really about personal preference. There's no right or wrong. Obviously, the stronger kick helps you. There's no doubt about that, but it's your ability to maintain those legs for the whole 400, which is the challenge. So Campbell continues to lead, with James Galgano moving right up alongside him, and has actually moved into a slight lead here in this second 100. So Campbell is breathing away from James at the moment. James is breathing towards the supporters and coaches on the far side, but that hasn't affected him. He's managed to put together a good second 100 to move into the lead in 2:08.23. Now we'll see if Campbell and the other boys who are all breathing towards James respond as they see that James has snuck away a little bit in that second 100 on that lap when they're all breathing to the near sides. And Campbell and Jack both have responded and moved up alongside James in this first 50 of this third 100. You can see that Jack is keeping that nice, strong kick going the entire race as he turns just behind Campbell. Campbell's still soft on his legs. You expect to see Campbell bring those legs in somewhere in that final 100. As they're maintaining that nice rhythm with their stroke rate, which has been consistent throughout this 400. So Campbell's just now edged ahead of Jack, with James maintaining his third place. So we turn through the 300-metre mark at 3:13.71 from Campbell, with Jack sitting in third after a strong last 15 for James to sneak ahead of Jack into that 300-metre turn. So Campbell is starting to bring those legs in as we expected he would in this final 100. Just keeping a nice steady kick as he tries to increase the pressure as we approach the 350-metre turn. So he goes even stronger off this final wall and has pulled out to almost a body length and a half lead over Jack Morrow, with James Gargano in third. So Campbell's doing a fine job here at just building this 400, making sure he was sitting in a nice strong position through the first 200 and just gradually pulled away over this second 200 and come into touch in a time of 4:16.00, with both James and Jack also swimming under that 4:20 mark, and we'll be back for this evening's finals session. So the top 10 after those first two heats sits at that 4:27.6. We've got two athletes here in our third and final heat. Alec O'Brien from Geelong swimming in lane 3, and in lane 5, Samuel Churchwood from Nuttawading. They both had entry times of 4:43, so we'll see how close they can go to that. We'll see if either of them could score a little PB here as they turn together through this first 50 in a 31.4 and a 31.5. So looking pretty relaxed through this second 50. With only 2 athletes in the field, it's sort of a little bit of a challenge. Make sure you go into your own race plan, which is what we should all be doing in all our races. But sometimes it's a little bit easier to race when there's more swimmers next to us. As we turn through this first 100, with Alec O'Brien leading in a 107.02, half a second ahead of Samuel Churchwood. So you can see that Samuel is keeping sort of a solid kick going the whole time, whereas Alec is a little bit more, just that 2 to a 4 beat kick. Whereas you see Samuel is a bit more of that 6 beat kick, longer strokes with a slower tempo, whereas Alec's a little bit more up tempo with his 2 beat kick. So Alex pulled out a 1.5 lead in this second 100. So Alec continues to lead, but Samuel hasn't let him get away in the second part of this 400 freestyle as they turn through at the 200 with Alec in a 2:18.94, Samuel 2:20. So with that 4:43 entry times, they're now going to really have to put the pressure on in this third 100 if they're wanting to swim a personal best time. You can see that Alex trying to keep his high stroke rate going. Both boys breathing every 2. And Samuel's maintaining that strong kick that he's had since the start of this race. Okay, Alec has got out to almost a body length and a half lead again. We'll see if that Samuel can respond a little bit, as he seems to be doing when he's breathing towards him. So when Samuel can see Alec, he seems to be able to pick up that speed, and he's reducing that margin on the way back to about a half a body length. And again, Alec's currently breathing away from Samuel, so he won't really be as aware of where he is as he turns through the 300 in 3:31.4. So now we're moving into that last 100, and we can see that Alec is trying to increase his legs now, really working those small fast feet. Samuel's still looking long and relaxed as he has from the start. Keep his 6 beat kick going all the way through this 400. So they're almost back to neck and neck as we've got 50 metres to swim here in heat 3. And they are going to turn through this last 50 together, with Alec getting the better of the turns and popping up quarter of a body length in the lead. But now Samuel is breathing towards Alec, and every time he's done that, he's responded, and he has responded once again and is pulling well clear in this last 50, with pulling out to almost a body length lead with 15 metres to go. So maybe he had a little bit too much in the tank in this last 50, but he's going to swim a nice strong 400 and go 4:40.62 to swim a personal best, with Alec also joining him, taking over a second off his time. So good swim there from the boys in heat 3, both of them setting personal best times. We're now going to move on to event 95, the girls' 14 years 200 metre butterfly. we have 2 heats. In the water now is heat 1. So Sophie Jacker in lane 4. Out to a slight lead. Our Victorian record was set back in 2006 by Samantha Hamill with a 2:12.48. Samantha went on to represent Australia at the 2008 Olympic Games. So Sophie Jacker leads from her Melbourne Swimming Club teammate Amelia Otto through that first 50, with Rhianna Chen in third. So 200 butterfly is one of our tougher events on the program. And so only 2 heats in action for our 14-year-old girls as Amelia Otto takes over the lead as we move through the 100-metre turn. And they both turn through in a 1:10 with Amelia just 0.1 of a second in front. But Sophie getting the better of the turns and emerging in the lead once more, with now Amelia making her way back to the lead once the swimming begins again, with Rhianna Chen just sitting a body length behind in third. So our Melbourne Swimming Club teammates going stroke for stroke down this third 50. And now Sophie Jacker's starting to move back into the lead. So we're trading leads here between these teammates as we move towards our 150-metre turn. So it is Sophie who comes up in the lead after that last turn, with Rhianna Chen starting to make a little bit of a move and is not giving away any more ground, and in fact starting to catch up to Amelia Otto and is almost drawn up alongside.
Come down to flip the lap counters for the 800 free. If you could please start making your way down onto pool deck, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
And it's all tightening up across the 3 of them in this final 10 metres. Sophie Jacker, can she hold on, or is Rhianna Chen going to touch her out? And it is Sophie Jacker who holds on as they all come into the wall in 2:30. So it's nice strong swims there for a heat swim. So we had 7 athletes in our first heat and 4 in our second heat. So if you're good at maths, you'll work out that means we have 11. So that means, unfortunately, there's going to be one person who doesn't qualify for the final. So the important thing is, regardless of times, make sure you try and beat someone to the wall. Because if you beat someone into the wall, doesn't matter what the other heat has done, you will be qualifying for tonight's final. Obviously, all our swimmers are also trying to set some personal best times. As in this second heat, it is Grace Cox who's out to a nice strong start in this first 50. 200 butterfly is not an event that you can swim easy. So regardless of how many swimmers there are in the 200 butterfly, it's kind of sort of need to attack it, because almost the faster you get it done, the easier it is. If we try and swim our butterfly too slowly, we tend to start to do a bit of vertical butterfly, which ends up making it harder. So Grace Cox turns through the 100 in a 1:10.4, with Jessie Steinem in second and Matilda in third. So Matilda and Chloe are having that battle for third and fourth in this heat, with Chloe starting to make a bit of a move from Melton, has almost pulled out 3/4 of body length in this third 50. This is the tough 50, that third 50 in that 200 butterfly. The wall seems to disappear from you at the other end as you're trying to swim towards it. It just keeps getting further and further away. as Grace Cox leads from Jessie Steinem into that final 50. With Chloe Burke a body length and a half clear of Matilda in third. So Grace Cox has led from the start. And the crowd support is still here for all our athletes in this grueling 200 butterflies. Grace Cox is going to take this second heat out and come into the wall and touch in a time of 2:33.49 with Jessie Steinem in second and Chloe Burke in third. And all those swimmers are safely through to this evening's final. We'll have to wait on Matilda's time to see if she managed to beat out someone from that first heat. So Matilda's time will be pulled up via our backup Hawkeye timing system, which is in operation for the first time for a swimming meet. Backup times are being pulled by the Hawkeye cameras, which is fantastic technology to have here at the Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We're now just sort of getting ourselves ready for our next event, which is our mixed 800 metre freestyles. Our swimmers are a little bit confused, I think, to be what lanes they are meant to be in, because there's been an amalgamation of heats. As our lap counters down the far end are getting themselves set. So we are going straight to heat 2 of this 800 freestyle. So our technical officials are just helping to make sure the athletes know which lanes they are meant to be in. As our athletes are preparing themselves behind the blocks now. So underway here in heat 2 of our 12-13 800 freestyle mixed. So they will be splitting the medals between the boys and the girls, but we'll be swimming them as mixed heats. As through the first 50, it's Kaylee Faulkner from Nuttawading in lane 8 who leads. But also swimming well is Max Vittori in lane 0. So a nice spread of swimmers across the pool in this opening 100. Kaylee Faulkner from Nuttawading does lead through at the 100 in a 1:13.5. As all our swimmers are just trying to find their own little bit of pace now that they want to settle into. So that first 100 is kind of the free 100. And from here on, we want to find that speed that we are trying to settle into and maintain our 100-metre splits for the remainder of the race. I'll try and keep track of a few of the athletes for you to give you an indication of how they're going with maintaining that speed that they're setting. You can see down the far end of the pool, we've got our volunteer lap counters, which are definitely needed in these 800 and 1500 metre events to help the athletes keep track of how many laps they've swum. We did see earlier in a 400 freestyle, one swimmer got confused and stopped at the 300 metre mark. We're going double the distance now, so it is very handy to have a lap counter. So it is Kaylee Faulkner from Nuttawading, our 13-year-old, who is going to lead through this first 200 and turns through in a 2:33. So that was a 1:19.100 there from Kaylee. So we'll see. She's 1:13 on that first one and then settled into a 1:19 there. We'll see if she's able to maintain that going forwards. She's doing a good job of keeping that kick going nice and strong. So Kaylee had an entry time of 10:57. So at the moment, based on her speed, she's giving herself a good chance to knock a bit of time off that. A nice, easy way to work out that it is if you are swimming a 10-minute 800, that means you're averaging a 1:15 per 100. So that kind of gives you a bit of an indication of where some of these athletes might be aiming for. Through that first 400, you could see how close they are. And kind of do a little bit of maths for yourself as you're watching your favourite swimmer here. And Kaylee turns through the 300 metre mark in a 3:54.0. And again, right on that 1:19. So she's settled into her rhythm. That first 100, 1:13, and then 1:19, 1:19. That's what we like to see in an 800 freestyle. Swimming well in lane 3 is Adar. She's settled into second place with Lila in lane 4 in third. So remember, there's multiple different races going on here because this is our mixed 12 to 13 800 metre freestyle. So there's our boys and girls races all being contested at the same time. So Kaylee has led from the start, but it does now look like that she's going to be challenged in lane 3 from Adar from Hume City. Has reduced that margin down to about 3/4 of a body length as we come towards the 400 metre turn. So Kaylee still leads as she turns through at the 400 in a 5:14.9. So that time she slipped out to a 1:20.9, and it did look like Adar was able to maintain that speed a little bit better through that 100. And that's the difference there, that Adar was able to maintain her speed and she's able to reduce the gap. So we'll look to see how we go in this second half of this 800. Who's able to maintain the pressure. This is the third quarter of the race. It's still a long way to go, so the temptation is to just not push too hard, but you almost need to feel like a renewed energy as you enter this third quarter of the 800 and try and feel like you're almost increasing your tempo, increasing your speed a little bit to give yourself the best chance of maintaining that speed. Adar is doing a really good job in keeping that kick going nice and strong. She's just keeping that steady 4-beat kick going the whole time. Same with Kaylee. as though we'll be able to see each other, even though they're a few lanes apart. In freestyle, that's one of the benefits. You can see across, so all be able to sort of pace off each other a little bit as we turn through in a 6:35. So again, that's out to a 120, 100 there. So the aim, we've got 3 100s left. We'll see if we can pick up that speed slightly over these last 3 100s. You can almost guarantee in that last 100 that a number of our athletes will be able to increase their speed. The challenge is to put the pressure on now to give themselves the best chance of the overall fastest time. So through the 550 metre turn, the margin has grown out to about 2.5 body lengths. And Ada's keeping that nice strong kick going all the way. Small fast feet, steady kick the whole time, looking smooth and relaxed, breathing every 2, but keeping that tempo consistent from that first 100. And managed to pull it back into a 1:19.4 for that 100. So a good job, a little bit faster than the previous one. And we'll see if we're able to maintain that increase in pressure or even go a little bit faster as we're moving into our final 200 metres. Those legs are still going nice and strong from all our top 3 athletes in this heat. They're just keeping that steady kick going. Trying to keep their stroke nice and long as we move through the turn with 150 metres to go. Our early leader, Kaylee Faulkner, is now starting to be challenged for 2nd and 3rd place by Layla. So we'll see if Layla can close that gap to Kaylee over this last 150 metres. But in front, Ada is moving further and further clear, out to about 10 metres now, as she's about to get the referee's whistle, which means 100 metres to go. So again, that was a 1:18.5. So being able to pick up that speed gradually over the last couple of 100s, which has been doing a really good job and giving her best chance to swim a nice PB. She had an entry time of 10:43. At this rate, she's going to absolutely smash that time. And she's really trying to bring those legs in even more in this final 100, keeping that kick going really, really strong. Trying to up that arm tempo while maintaining stroke length as she comes into her final turn. Trying to maintain a few dolphins off that last wall. It's a tough thing to do at the end of the 800. And it's a tight battle between Kaylee and Layla for that 2nd and 3rd spot in this opening heat. And keeping that nice strong kick going out to almost 15 metre lead. It's been a really well put together swim here. Being able to maintain that pressure, keep that kick going nice and strong, keep her tempo going with her arms as she comes underneath the flags and takes heat 1 out in a time of 10:26.71, knocking off nearly 20 seconds from her personal best. Kaylee coming into the wall now in a 10:38, also swimming a near 20-second personal best there, with Layla knocking off a couple of seconds from her personal best in 3rd. As we now have Max Oguri, our 12-year-old boy from Traralgon, swimming his final 50 in lane 0. Really strong finish here. What looks like he's coming home with an absolute head of steam. And as a 12-year-old, it's probably one of his first 800s that he's done there. So it's all about learning that pacing strategy in an 800 freestyle. We're now moving on to heat 3. Just before we can restart this third heat, we need to make sure all the counters down the far end are correct. So they're showing the swimmers 15 laps, which is what they'll have to go once they arrive at that first turn. So we've seen a number of these swimmers already competing today and choosing to back up into an 800 freestyle. With Scott Robinson from King's Swim out to the fastest start in lane 1. And he will lead through this first 50 in a 32.04. So all these swimmers just settling into their rhythm. As 12 and 13-year-olds, many of these swimmers may have only swum the 800 once, maybe twice before. So they're still very new to this experience of swimming an 800. And it's a tough event to get right, getting that pacing right. So we'll see the swimmers start to settle into their rhythm, as it is Zali Schneiders who leads through at the 100-metre mark now in a 109.21. So we've seen Zali from Geelong in a number of swims already this meet, and she's been putting together fantastic performances. Looks like she's nice and relaxed here in this second 100. Just keeping a nice steady tempo going with those legs. Long, smooth strokes. And settling into her rhythm now. So although that 800 is a long event and swimming for these swimmers, it's going to be somewhere over 10 minutes more than likely, unless one of them puts in a fantastic PB and takes a chunk off their entry time. It's actually important to set yourself up and go fast enough at the start of this race. So that 109 first 100 from Zali has given herself a good chance to settle into a nice fast rhythm. It's meant to be sort of comfortably uncomfortable for the first 400, and then you have to really fight in that second 400. So Zali turns through in a 2:24.4. So that's a 1:15 for that 100. So as I was saying before, if she's able to maintain those 1:15, she might be able to crack that 10-minute mark, which is a fantastic effort. So 1:15 per 100 will come in at 10 minutes. She obviously has a few seconds up her sleeve with that first 100 where she swam a 109. So if she's able to maintain these 1:15s, we could have our first swimmer under that 10-minute mark here. Doing a good job getting out past the flags, underwater off the walls, which for a 13-year-old, some of our swimmers would be struggling to get out past the flags in a 100-metre freestyle. Being able to maintain it during a 800-metre freestyle is a great achievement. It means that they must be practicing that at training. Can't come to the race environment and expect to do skills that you've never practiced in training. You need to be able to replicate in training what you want to do in a race. What tends to happen in a race is we do our worst skills. So it's really important that you're practicing your skills and making your worst skills better because then you'll be better in the long one. And a 3:39 as we turn through the 300-metre mark. And that's actually a 1:14.7 for that 100. So really strong, established rhythm that Zali's getting into here. And well, hopefully she can maintain this, where she's doing a fantastic job. Mia Misford in lane 4 is also swimming well. And those two are well clear of the rest of the field at the moment in heat 3 of our mixed 12 to 13 800 freestyle. Again, still Zali popping up past the flags and not breathing first stroke off the wall. There's many coaches who would be loving to show their swimmers Zali's skills in and out of that wall that she's being able to maintain. This is what coaches are looking for from their swimmers, to make sure they use those walls to their best advantage, strong off the walls with some dolphins, and then carrying that speed by not breathing first stroke out of the turn. As it tends to be, when you breathe first stroke, you tend to slow down unless you're fantastic at breathing. So Zali turns through the 400 in 4:54.09. Again, setting that 1:14 high speed, so 1:14.9 there. So fantastic swim from Zali. Yeah, the tendency when you're coming off that wall and wanting to take a breath is that first breath is to be a slow, big gasp of a breath which loses all our speed. Whereas you see, Zali's been able to manage to come out of that wall and not breathe on her first stroke and drive forward and keep that momentum she gained off her turn as she comes out and really accelerates on those first couple of strokes out of each turn and then settles back into a nice rhythm. So Mia's in second, and a nice tight battle for third between Leo Nolan and Madison Brown. So we're getting a nice close-up shot here of Zali Schneider, keeping that stroke nice and long, finishing down past her legs, not just at her hips, right down past her legs, and those kicks are just non-stop the whole time, small and fast, all the way. As she turns through there in a 6:07.8. And even better, she's responded to a 1:13. So she's doing a fantastic job of maintaining that pressure here in this 800 freestyle. So she's through 500 metres and looking really comfortable. That battle for third is nice and tight with Leo and Madison going stroke for stroke. That's one of the benefits of having these mixed distance races. Our swimmers can compete more closely with their opposition of someone of a similar speed. Obviously, as the distances get greater, our margins between our athletes tend to increase. So by having these mixed events, there's more opportunities for our swimmers to practice head-to-head racing, which, as they grow and develop in the sport, they'll probably have to do with these longer distance events. But Zali's now got almost a 20-metre lead. As she approaches the 600-metre turn, you can still see those legs going nice and strong the whole time. There's been a fantastic effort here from Zali as she turns through in a 7:22.11. So that is a 1:14 again from Zali there. With Mia turning through her 600-metre mark in a 7:36.20. And that tight battle for third in this heat with Leo just ahead of Madison. We're back to Zali and that smooth rhythm that she's shown since the start of this race. Breathing every two, keeping that stroke nice and long, keeping that kick going nice and strong. As she comes into her turn now and works those dolphins, still getting our head past the flags, not breathing on that first stroke and accelerating out of that turn. So great swimming from Zali as Mia's now approaching the wall with 150 metres to go, as Zali has now 125 metres left to swim. Zali just, again, that tempo has not changed since the first 100s. A constant kick, constant rhythm with her arms. We'll see if she can pick it up as she's going to get the whistle with 100 metres to swim and turns through in an 8:36.26. And again, that's a 1:14.1. So she's been metronomical in those times and putting together an absolutely fantastic swim here. And those legs are trying to work a little bit stronger in this last 100. She's trying to keep that pressure on with that kick. If anything, it's almost gone to an 8-beat kick in this last 100. She's keeping that kick going nice and strong as she works into her final turn. And as expected, dolphining off the wall, accelerating on those first couple of strokes, and then back into her rhythm, but trying to have an increased rhythm than she was for the previous 700 metres. So there's this final 50. That kick's going nice and strong as it has been throughout the race. The tempo's picking up now as we've got 15 metres left to swim. She's doing a fantastic job and is going to absolutely annihilate her best time and smash the 10-minute mark like it's no trouble in the world. She comes into touch in a 9:45.58. Fantastic swim there, Zali. Just taking off a lazy 30 seconds from her personal best. Congratulations. As Mia comes into the wall now and touches in a 10:04, so close to that magical 10-minute mark, taking off 8 seconds. You can see Zali's pretty happy with herself, and that tight battle for third continues all the way to the wall, and it is Madison Brown who gets the touch. Just ahead of Leo Nolan, both of them taking off large chunks of time as well. So some fantastic swims here in Heat 3 of our mixed 12 to 13 800-metre freestyle. Is making their way into the wall now is Amelie in lane 8. And touching a time of 10:38.71, pretty much right on her entry time. Underway here in our fourth and final heat of our mixed 800 freestyle for our 12 and 13-year-olds. A nice fast start across the field. Definitely energetic starts from a number of our swimmers. We'll see how they settle down into their rhythm after this first 50. It is Luca Brown who leads through in a 30.03 ahead of Cody Sade by 0.3 of a second. With Maximilian over in lane 0 in third. So our swimmers are settling into their rhythm. In lane 6 we have Anjun Shahal, who has an entry time of 11:04. He was originally scheduled to swim in Heat 1, but he's now been put in with the fastest athletes into Heat 4, so there's a little bit of a different challenge for him in this 800 freestyle. All the other athletes in this heat have entry times somewhere between the 9:18 for Luca Brown out to 10:09 for Ben Merilis. So again, that 1:15 mark per 100 is where they want to be holding under to break that 10-minute mark. Obviously, our swimmers in the middle of the pool who are trying to go a little bit faster than that are going to be working towards holding their hundreds closer to 110 and even under. So Luca and Cody, our 13-year-old boys, are settling into their rhythm out in front here. We've seen them swimming already this morning in their 200-metre individual medley. And Luca turns first at the 200 in a 2:15. With Cody at a 2:16. So there's just about a second between them at the moment, and we'll see how this margin changes through this 800. In lane 3, we have Lucy Doyle, who is our leading female athlete, just ahead of Benita. So they're having a bit of a battle for the women's title for our 12, 13-year-olds. So there's medals on offer in both the boys and the girls category here. Those girls are obviously going to have to swim faster than Zali in that previous heat of 9:45, which was an absolutely fantastic swim from Zali, and definitely put the pressure on these girls to respond with a good swim themselves. As we come towards the 300-metre turn, Luca leads through in a 3:26. That was a 1:11.100 there from both of those boys. So the margin is staying the same. Cody is just sitting on Luca's hips at the moment, trying to maintain the speed. So Luca has an entry time almost 20 seconds faster than Cody. So Cody's obviously gone in with a plan to try and stay with Luca for as long as he can to try and drag him out to a really nice swim. As I was saying before, though, a number of these swimmers, this is probably the second time that they've contested an 800 freestyle. So just really learning about this event and learning what they're capable of. So Luca is now pulled out to a body length lead over Cody as we come towards the 400-metre turn and halfway mark of this 800. Both boys are looking nice and smooth. Luca's obviously got a little bit more height on his side and using that to keep that stroke nice and long as he turns through in 4:37. Another 1:11.100. That margin he opened up a little bit more on Cody in that 100, with Cody slipping just out to a 1:12. Both of them are swimming at a speed that if they can maintain, they are on with a good chance of swimming a nice personal best. Cody's obviously going to have to keep the pressure on a little bit more as he's got a personal best 20 seconds faster than Cody. So Luca's doing a really good job now, keeping that kick going nice and steady, long and smooth. Whereas you can see that Cody has a little bit of a faster tempo, but still maintaining those strong legs. So we're now approaching the 500-metre turn for our two leaders here in Heat 4. And Luca turns through in at 5:58. So 5:48, which is again another, that was a 1:10 high actually, and 1:11 high for Cody. So those boys have almost increase the pressure there, which is a great job to do as they enter that third part of that race. It is a challenge to make sure you're maintaining that tempo in the third portion of the race, because it's still a long way to go, 400 metres to go, and the temptation is just to let that speed slip just a little bit. As Luca's just working sort of one dolphin off the wall, with Cody again, just using that one dolphin off the wall, holding that nice tight streamline as they make their way now towards the 600-metre turn. So Luca keeping that steady 4-beat kick going, whereas Cody is keeping more of a 6-beat kick going, which is a fantastic job to maintain for that whole 800 metres as we turn through here in 6:59 and 7:03. So that was again a 1:11 high for Cody and a 1:11 for Luca. So the margin remained the same roughly in that 100s as we're now passing one of our swimmers. That sometimes gives all the swimmers a bit of a boost. For the person swimming past tries to accelerate and catch up to the person they're catching as quick as possible, and the person being passed, tries to respond and stay with that faster swimmer who is going past them for as long as they can. But Luca has just gradually started to extend here in this 100. He's out to almost a 4 body length lead as he approaches the 700-metre turn. We'll see if he can increase this tempo in this last 100 as he's going to challenge his personal best time. Turns in 8:08.40. He's going to have to swim under a 1:11 in this last 100 to swim a personal best. You can see he's brought those legs in nice and strongly. And that's got that 6-beat kick going now for this last 100. So that 6-beat kick is continuing for the entire last 100 here from Luca. Pops up nice and quickly out of that turn. Trying to keep those legs going nice and strong as Cody is almost 15 metres behind but is on track for a massive PB here. But it does look like that Luca Brown has this race in control and is going to take out the state title for this 12 to 13 boys 800 freestyle event. With 10 metres left to swim, keeping that kick nice and strong, he comes into the wall in a personal best time of 9:12.89. Cody coming in now to finish and also smashes his personal best in a 9:21.05. As we turn our way for the battle for the girls, and it is Lucy Doyle who's coming into the wall, having a good battle between William Bryan, and that's helped spur her on to a fantastic swim as she comes in 9:38 and does beat the time that was set in the previous heat by Zali Schneider. So Benita Ambrose comes into the wall there, and she'll be our 3rd place female, with William Bryan our 3rd place male. So strong swimming there again, and a number of our athletes taking large chunks of time off. And as we have Arjun, who has an entry time of 11:04.62, pretty scary prospect being moved into the fastest heat with the empty lane there. And so we'll see how close he can go to his personal best. Going to have to do a nice strong last 50 to give himself a chance to get close to his personal best. He's doing a really good job, our 12-year-old athlete from Ringwood, of keeping that kick nice and strong, keeping that tempo going as he's got 15 metres left to swim. Chasing that 11:04.62. Let's see how close we can get. And it is 11:02.02, so a 2-second personal best there. Congratulations. Well done to all our 12 and 13-year-olds in that 800 freestyle. Tough event to tackle, and we saw some fantastic performances across the field. As our heat 4 results are being displayed on the screen, we're now going to move along to event 99. Sorry, not 99. 99 has become a straight final, so we're going to move on to event 102. So moving to event 102, which is our girls 16 years 400 metre freestyle. So we have a few straight finals between event 99 and 102, so that's why we've moved on to event 102 now. Our girls 16 years 400 freestyle. Our Victorian record was set in 2006 17 by Molly Batchelor at a 4:09.23. Molly is recently qualified for the NC2A Championship meet, swimming out of Arizona State in the college system in America, as Alana Torrance leads through this first 50 in 30.82. So we've got a full complement of 10 athletes in this opening heat, as we're just sort of settling into our rhythm through this first 100. Almost everyone's in their place according to seeding, except Michaela James, who's beating a few people. Otherwise, we had that perfect V formation going here in Heat 1, as Alana leads through in a 105.31. So Alana is looking nice and comfortable, with Sojin Huang in lane 5 up alongside her. So with our 400 freestyles, we've got 2 heats here. So swimmers really want to be in that top 3 to feel safe in the final. With 4th and 5th should be okay, but you never know what the next heat's going to do. So Alana's just holding that streamline off the wall with a single dolphin, popping up with a bit of speed, and looking smooth and long and relaxed. As we head towards the halfway mark here of this Heat 1 400 freestyle for our girls 16-year-olds. As we approach this 200-metre turn, Alana leads through in a 2:15 with a nice tight battle for second between Layla and Sojin, and also swimming well as Kate Middleton. Those 4 have now started to clear out from the rest of the field, with a battle for 5th nice and tight between Stephanie Moran, Charlotte Graham and Taylor Watson. So that battle for 5th might be important. So it's really important to try and, if you can, make a move in this third 100. Give yourself the best chance for the total fastest time, not just save it up to the last lap. Try and keep that pressure on through this third 100. As Alana Torrance has just gradually extended her lead out to 3/4 of body length over Sojin Huang and Layla Mahfouz. So Alana is looking long and relaxed at this stage. Doesn't look like to be under any pressure. In fact, all our first 4 swimmers are looking nice and smooth as they come through this 300-metre turn. So Alana leads through 3/4 of a second ahead of Sojin and Layla. So we'll see if this pressure comes on a little bit more in this final 100. Alana seems comfortable, and just to make sure that she's sitting that 3/4 of body length lead over her competitors as we head towards our final turn. What I've noticed is Sojin in that second 25 and Layla in the second 25 of each 50 have made some ground on Alana. So we'll see if that happens again in this final 50. So they've worked their way into their turns a little bit better than Alana in this heat session. Alana's now bringing in the legs and trying to re-extend her lead out to that body length. And she does look like she's accelerated over this final 50 and is going to take Heat 1 out as she comes under the flags and into touch in a time of 4:34.57, with Layla Mahfouz in second and Kate Middleton in third. So Alana looks reasonably satisfied with that swim. As we now have heat 2 behind the blocks. And again, this is a fantastic job from our 16-year-old females. Everyone who entered a 400-metre freestyle is swimming it. It's not often you could say that at a meet. As heat 2 is in the water. And again, nice and even across the field with Amrita Subramania using her butterfly skills with those underwater dolphins to come up in the lead. So Amrita, normally known as more of a butterflyer, but obviously tackling this 800 freestyle today. And it's now the middle of the pool with Greta Seville and Mackenzie Hunter, who are starting to position themselves at the head of the field, with Tali Gant not far behind. So they're just settling into their rhythm in this first 100s. Looking nice and smooth. We know that Mackenzie Hunter loves the distance freestyle events, with Greta Seville leading through in a 1:05.46, just ahead of Mackenzie, with Tali in third. So those three in the centre of the pool have got a 2-body length lead over Ivy Chen and Rita Subramania, with Alexandra Southern and Kiara Hutchinson a quarter of a body length further behind. So again, Mackenzie and Greta turn together through the 150 and have got a little bit of a gap over Tali Gant now in this second 100. Again, looking nice and relaxed. We know that Mackenzie in her races, longer races, is relatively soft on her legs, but what she does do a good job of coming out of the turn and accelerating those legs for those first few strokes out of the turn. We'll see if she does it here. Strong dolphins, nice strong kick, and then she'll settle back down to her rhythm. That just helps her come up, establish her speed, and then sit back into that rhythm that she wants to set for the swimming portion. So she's using those walls to help set herself up for a good swimming in the middle of the pool. So Mackenzie has now started to extend the lead over Greta Seville, with Tali Gant 2 body lengths behind in third. So Mackenzie turns first at the 250-metre mark and is now almost a second clear of Greta, with Ivy Chen establishing herself in 4th place, which again could be all important in that battle for a spot tonight. Mackenzie Hunter and Greta Seville looking nice and comfortable here in this third 100 of Heat 2 of the girls' 16 years 400-metre freestyle. So turn through in a 3:24.0. That's a nice solid pace. I'm going to challenge the time that Alana set in that first heat of a 4:34. So we'll see how they pick up the speed in this last 100. And Mackenzie trying to bring in her legs a little bit more. And again, she's just keeping that body length lead that she's established over Greta as we move into our final turn. We'll see if they try and increase this tempo in this last 50. They're both looking still pretty relaxed here, as they've got 25 metres left to swim. It does look like Mackenzie Hunter's got this heat in control. Greta is going to finish comfortably in second, with Tali in third. It's all about the times here to see which lanes they're going to get for the finals tonight. But Mackenzie comes into touch in a 4:32.77 and will be swimming out of lane 4 tonight, with Greta alongside her. And Rita will have done enough with that 4:44 to sneak into the final, I believe. I think we'll have 4 from this heat and 6 from our first heat swimming tonight for the girls' 16 years 400 metre freestyle. We're now moving to the boys' 16 years 400 metre freestyle. We have heat 1 in the water. And it does look like we're just going to have the 2 heats rather than the 3 heats that were listed. This is another Victorian record that was set by Mac Horton of the 3:52.26 in 2012. A strong first 50 from Liam Malloy. 27.39, setting that pace and asking for the others to come follow him. So again, just the 2 heats. So be looking to make yourself in that top 3 to be fairly confident of your place in tonight's final, as Liam leads through under the minute and 58.69. With Connor Hayes settling into second place in lane 5, and a nice battle between Evans Ravensdale, Alexandra Cartel for that 3rd place through this opening 150. So Liam leads again with a nice strong couple of dolphins off the wall to pop up with good speed. After the 150 metre turn, he's keeping his kick going nice and strong with a long, smooth strokes. Whereas on the other hand, Connor Hayes from Doncaster Templestowe has a more high tempo stroke with less reliance on his legs. As Liam makes his way through the 200 metre turn in a 2:03.43, ahead of Connor, and in 3rd place Alexandra Cartel. So we've moved into this 3rd 100. Now's the chance to put a bit of pressure on to maintain that speed. So the aim in this 3rd 100 is to feel like it's almost a new race and really accelerate. That's the way you'll be able to maintain your speed in this 3rd 100, which is probably that hardest 100 to get right in a 400 in terms of your pacing. So Liam's been looking comfortable throughout. An entry time 7 seconds clear of the next best in the field, so you'd expect that he was going to look relatively comfortable in this morning's heat session, but he's doing a really good job of maintaining that steady kick the whole time, constant rhythm, constant tempo with his arms as he turns through in a 3:07.9, with Connor in second and Daniel moving into third just ahead of Alexander. So again, those legs have not stopped going from Liam. He's been kicking with that nice strong kick through the entire 400. As his coach over the far side, Kelly Stubbins, encourages him into the wall. Again, another few strong dolphins off the wall, popping up with speed He's got now a 10-metre lead over Connor Hayes in second, and that tight battle between Tyler Norton, Daniel Chivitaries and Alexander Cartel for third. But this first heat has been controlled by Liam from start to finish. He's got 5 metres left to swim, gets his head down under the flags and finishes in on a 4:11.05. With Connor Hayes coming to the wall in second and Tyler in third. Liam looking pretty relaxed after that 400. So we'll see how much faster he can go tonight. As we now have heat 2 behind the blocks. So Rowan Wine and Ashley Nichols in lane 4 and 5, getting off to a nice strong start. And they'll set the early speed here in heat 2. So turning through in the lead is Rowan in a 28.31. So Rowan and Ashley have times in the 14 range, with Rowan's entry time of 4:16 and Ashley's of 4:19. So we'll see if either of those swimmers can swim a little bit faster than their entry time. There were some solid swims in the first heat with 3 swimmers under that 4:20 mark. So set the standard pretty high from our opening heats. We'll see how heat 2 responds. So now moving into third place is Tyler Land from MLC, swimming out of lane 1. As Rowan starts to extend his lead over Ashley Nichols to about a body length through this 150-metre turn. Ashley's just slightly ahead of Tyler Land in that battle for second and third, with Ashton Roberts a body length further away in fourth. So Rowan, again, looking long and relaxed. Doesn't look like he's under too much pressure here in this opening 200. Keeping that consistent stroke rate going, breathing every 2 strokes. And he's going to hopefully work into this turn nicely. Big, strong push off the wall with one nice, strong dolphin and popping up at the 8-metre mark. So yeah, although he wasn't really working that many dolphins off the wall, he was still working that turn through a nice strong push, glide, then one dolphin to carry himself out to that 8-metre mark and maintain as much pressure on the others in the heat as he could without actually putting himself under too much pressure. So again, one strong dolphin and popping up with his feet past the flags. Ashley Nichols is maintaining that second place just ahead of Tyler Land, with Ashton Roberts closing the gap in fourth place. Through this third 100, Rowan Wine is still looking really long and relaxed. He's tried to increase his kick just a little bit more in this third 100 as he comes through the 300-metre turn in a 3:11.47. So with 100 metres to go, Tyler Land has come up right up alongside Ashley Nichols in that battle for second. Ashley's getting the better of the turns and Tyler's then trying to chase him down in the swimming portion. But Rowan is all out in front by himself, looking smooth and comfortable, and has gradually increased his legs more and more in this second 200 to now having a nice steady kick going as he's got 50 metres to swim here and is putting together a really good swim and is not going to be too far away from his personal best by the looks of it. Ashley's responded to that pressure from Tyler and has re-established himself in a clear second place and is now starting to really try and bring his legs in this final 50. But Rowan is looking nice and comfy with 15 metres to swim here in Heat 2. And is going to put himself in a good spot for tonight in one of those centre lanes as he comes into the wall and touches in a time of 4:16.16. Ashley Nichols will finish in second. And Ashton Roberts in third. With, I think, Rory Conville doing enough to sneak into that final there with a 4:25, if my arithmetic was correct. As we're now moving on to the girls' 15 years 200 metre backstroke. We have 4 heats. As our technical officials and some Victoria staff are getting the ledgers set up. For our athletes here in Heat 1. Our Victorian record stands at a 2:11.11, set in 2013 by Sian Whitaker. And our all-comers record stands at a 2:10.38, set in 2017 by none other than new world record holder Kayo McEwen, who broke the world record for the 200 backstroke last night at the New South Wales Open Championships. So here in Heat 1 of the 15-year-old girls 200 backstroke, Jessica Wilson, Olivia Bailey, and our visitor from New Zealand, Charlotte Parmenter, getting off to a nice strong start, with Jessica leading out in a 33.675. So Jessica's got an entry time of 2:21.87. A little bit clear of the rest of the field, so she's looking pretty comfortable and relaxed in this opening 100. But keeping that tempo of her arms up nice and high, but sort of saving her legs at the moment. She's pulled out to a body length lead over Olivia Bailey as we work towards a 100-metre turn. And Jessica turns through in a 1:10.44. Olivia in second and Charlotte in third. So Jessica Wilson looking nice and relaxed here in this third 50. So strong tempo with her arms, but saving those legs, with Olivia and Charlotte having a nice tight battle for second as we make our way to our 150-metre turn. So Jess turns first, Olivia in second, and Charlotte in third. So with 25 metres to swim, Jessica Wilson has just continued to extend that lead. And is almost 3 body lengths lead, with Olivia Bailey maintaining second place over our visitor from New Zealand in Charlotte in lane 6. But Jessica takes this heat out in a 2:25.51. Olivia in second and Charlotte in third. So nice strong swim there from Jessica in that opening heat. At 2:25.51. As we move along to heat 2. In lane 4, Gemma Holt getting the best of the starts and popping up in the leads, and has now extended it out to a full body length. Kiara Mooney and Kate Morrison also started strongly. Kiara's continued that and setting herself into second place in this first 50. As Gemma leads through in a 33.27. Kiara in second. And Alice Evans in third. So Gemma looking nice and relaxed here in this second 50. Keeping that tempo up nice and high as that battle for second is nice and tight between Kiara Mooney and Alice Evans. But Gemma will lead through this 50 in a 1:10.38 from Kiara and Alice in third. So Gemma just continued to extend that lead gradually through this middle 100. While still looking nice and relaxed as she approaches the 150 metre turn. Nice strong dolphins getting those feet past the flags off that final wall. Kiara still maintaining second place just ahead of Alice Evans, and also swimming strongly in the second half of her race, as she always does, Judy Hussein Aman. But it is all Gemma Holtz in heat 2 here. She's putting in a really strong performance, looking nice and relaxed, and will come in to touch in a time of 2:27. We'll have to wait for Hawkeye to get that. With Alice Evans in 2:29 and Kiara in 2:30. So currently in equal 8th place after 2 heats. Is a 2:31.78. So are we headed to a potential swim-off? A strong start in lane 8 from Courtney Mudge here in heat 3. as now the swimmers in the middle of the pool, Michaela Larkin, make their way into the lead. Also swimming well is Sienna Barkay in lane 6. So through the first turn, it is Michaela Larkin who leads in a 34.34 ahead of Sayo and Sienna. So Michaela Larkin from Haileybury is going to try and match the performance of her teammate Gemma Holt from the previous heat, and is looking nice and strong through this opening 100. So Michaela comes through the 100-metre turn in a 1:11.69 ahead of Sion and Sienna in third. Stella has come up right alongside Sienna off that turn to challenge for that third position. So we know that we currently have two swimmers sitting on a 2:31.68. So you really want to make sure that you're sort of getting in that top two in this heat, to give yourself the best chance to make the final tonight. And it does look like that Michaela and Sion are pretty comfortably in front of the rest of the field here as they turn through that 150-metre turn. But that battle for third between Stella and Sienna is down to less than half an arm length. Michaela Larkin has led this heat from the start, and she's got 15 minutes to go. She's just increasing the tempo now in this last 50 and is extending her lead. So she had a little bit in reserve for this last 50 and is going to come into the wall and take this third heat out in a time of 2:25.48. Sion in second, and a tight battle for third with Stella Salomone just getting the touch in 2:31.91. I think those two swimmers who are sitting on that 2:31.98 are safely into the final in equal 9th place now. So we'll have to see if any of these swimmers in this last heat can drop a personal best time as we're underway here in Heat 4. Strong start in lane 4 from Indisboric, and she leads through this first 25. So Indy has maintained that lead from the start through this first 50. She leads through in a 36.02 with Madeline Carter in second and Claire Lewis in third. So they're continuing to go stroke for stroke between Indy and Madeline in this opening 100. With Madeline starting to make a little bit of a move coming into the 100-metre turn and has taken over the lead. So as we turn through the 100, it is Madeline who leads in a 1:16.62 ahead of Indy by 0.01 of a second, with Claire Lewis in third. So we've got some entry times in the 2:42 to 2:45 range here. So that 1:16 has given themselves a chance to post a good personal best time if they can keep the pressure on here in this third 50. Madeline Carter's starting to extend her lead and is out to a body length lead over Indy, with Claire Lewis now challenging Indy for second. So Madeline goes into that final turn in the lead and leads ahead of Indy and Claire in third. So they'll all have to put together nice, strong last 50s to work on personal best times here. As we've got 25 metres left to swim, it is still Madeline Carter in the lead, with Claire Lewis now moving into second. So Madeline has pulled out to a body length and a half lead over Claire, with 15 metres left to swim in heat 4 of our girls' 15 years 200 metre backstroke. And it is Madeline who comes into touch in a time of 2:40.30, with Claire in second and Indy in third. Nice swim for all those three, with 3 PB swims. In fact, Lillian Staggard joins them with a personal best, so we had 4 PB swims from our fourth and final heat. As we now move along to event 105, the boys' 15 years 200 metre backstroke. We have 3 heats. Underway here in heat 1, our Victorian record stands at a 2:02.54, set in 2013 by Nicholas Gromwald. And a really strong start here by Campbell Wilson Moran. And Campbell has an entry time of 2:07.05, which is under the Open National qualifying time for the 200 backstroke. So Campbell's a really strong backstroker for a 15-year-old to have an Open National qualifying time. And he leads through this first 50 from Cody Bird and Ross Skoikik-Tiss. But Campbell's doing a fantastic job here in this second 50 and just continuing to extend his lead. Looking long, relaxed and relatively comfortable in this opening 100. So he turns through and leads at the 100 in a 1:03.21, with Cody in second and Ross maintaining third place, just ahead of his teammate in Alec O'Brien. Sorry, not his teammate. I was getting those light blue caps confused again. But it is all Campbell Wilson Moran here in heat 1. He's out to 8 metres lead over Cody as we approach the 150 metre turn. So Campbell staying underwater, getting out to about the 8.5 metre mark off that final turn. Looks like he's trying to pick that tempo up a little bit in this final 50, as he leads now by 10 metres over Cody, with Ross putting together a good swim in third. But it is all Campbell Wilson Moran, as he has 10 metres left to swim and comes under the wall and touches in a time of 2:09.79. With Cody coming in to finish in second and Ross in third. So strong swim there from Campbell. Sub 2:10 mark in this opening heat of the boys' 15 years 200 metre backstroke. As we now move along to heat 2. Pushing the 15 metre mark in lane 7 with Shang Ho Jin from Nuttawading. Looks like he came up right on that 15-metre mark. We'll have to see what the officials say about that one. As through this first 50, it is Jack Morrow who leads just ahead of Brian Zhang and Jack Lanyon in third. So Jack Morrow has an entry time of 2:08.6. So should be feeling pretty comfortable at that speed through this first 100. As he goes into the turn at 1:05.14, just ahead of Brian Zhang, and now moving into third, Joshua Witkowski. So our boys out in front are starting to increase that tempo a little bit in that third 50, with that stroke rate just increasing from Jack. With Brian sitting a body length further behind in third. So Jack's working those Dolphins off the last wall, getting out to about the 8.5 metre mark off that last wall, and is again that stroke rate increasing once more. He's slowly extending his lead over Brian Zhang in this final 50, with Joshua Witkowski sitting comfortably in third. But as we approach the flags and the final 5 metres, it is all Jack Morrow, and he takes his second heat out in a time of 2:13.36, with Brian Zhang finishing in second. And Joshua Witkowski in third. So we're now moving on to our third and final heat of the boys' 15 years 200 metre backstroke. So nice even start with Noah Conn and Jude De Silva Smith now starting to move clear of the rest of the field as we move through the 35 metre mark. So Noah Conn and Jude De Silva Smith turn equal first in a 31.60. With Noah just getting the slightly better of the turns to pop up in the lead and start to extend that lead here in this second 50. So Noah's out to almost a body length lead over Jude, with Logan Brandy sitting in third. Noah's just getting a bit stuck on this lane rope here in this second 50, so we'll see if he can correct on the turn and then centre himself for this second 100. So Noah leads through in a 1:06.3, with Jude and Logan nice and tight for second and third. Again, Noah's back on the lane rope. So in training, we have to circle the lanes. That's why he's circling the lane a little bit. But when you're racing, it's really important to maintain yourself right down the centre of the lane. Obviously, in backstroke, it's the hardest stroke to do it. Within the other strokes, you're looking at the bottom of the pool, and you can sort of focus on that black line. Whereas in backstroke, you sort of have to focus on the roof. While we don't have technically a roof over us at the moment, we definitely do have the sails, and there is plenty of opportunities to pick something out to help you swim in a nice straight line. But it was all Noah in this second 100, and he just continued to extend his lead, with Logan Brandy moving into second and Jude De Silva holding down third. With 15 metres left to swim, Noah again stuck on the lane rope, but it's not going to worry him, as he's going to take heat 3 out in a time of 2:18.09. With Logan Brandy in second and Jude De Silva Smith in third. And it does look like you needed a 2:24.01 to sneak back into tonight's final. So our top 3 finishers in that third heat will all be back tonight for the final. As we move now to event 106, the girls' 14 years 400 metre freestyle. So this is another Victorian record that was set by Molly Batchelor in 2015, 4:18.53. So Molly is in the United States for college and competing for Arizona State. Was qualified for the NCAAs in the 500-yard freestyle event. So Sophie Jacker in lane 4. We've seen her earlier today in the 200 butterfly, putting together a strong first 200 here in the 400 freestyle with a 2:20.34, leading ahead of Madison Brand and Faith Delaney. They're in our 400 freestyles. It's our first 2 heats, which are our seeded heats. So to give yourself the best chance to get back to tonight's final, you want to be placing in the top 3, because then you can feel pretty comfortable from one of the seeded heats. If you're 4th or 5th, you have to do a little bit of wait and see for the following heat. So Sophie Jacker just continues to extend her lead here in this third 100 over Madison Brand and Faith Delaney. Sophie's doing a really good job of just keeping that kick nice and steady, nice solid tempo, keeping that turnover nice and smooth. As we move towards the 300-metre turn.
We have an infraction report for event 105, heat 2, lane 6. Head did not break surface of the water at or before 15-metre mark following the start. That's event 105, heat 2, lane 6.
So Sophie's now moved out to a 4-second lead as we enter the final 100, with Faith and Madison going stroke for stroke in the battle for second and third. So Sophie's increased her tempo on her kick as she's trying to increase her speed in this final 100. Moving to second now is Faith Delaney, who's pulled a half body length ahead of Madison. Faith has done a really good job of trying to keep that tempo up nice and high on her stroke rate, and she's gained that body length lead over Madison in this start of this last 100. Sophie Jacka remains 5 metres ahead of Faith and is going to comfortably take out this opening heat here of the girls' 14 years 400 metre freestyle. So Sophie had an entry time of 4:37.54 and is going to swim a really nice swim in the heats for 4:45.80 to comfortably put herself in the box seat for tonight's final, with Faith in second and Madison in third. So underway here in Heat 2 of the girls' 14 years 400 metre freestyle. In lane 5, Alicia Clark just sneaking out a small lead in this opening 25. With Alana McDuff now responding, and they're going to turn together through this first 50. So they turn together in a 31.3 and a 31.4. As they settle into their rhythm for this first 100 before they tackle the remaining 300 metres of this 400 freestyle. So Alana McDuff has now taken over a slight lead over Alicia Clark as they come into this 100 metre turn. And Alana turns first in a 106.4, head of Alicia, with Arabella Tomlinson in third. So they're back to side by side, Alicia and Alana, keeping that kick nice and steady, nice and strong as they move through this second 100. Both of the girls keeping their stroke nice and long, especially Alicia Clark, who looks nice and relaxed at the moment with a long, smooth stroke. Both of them working that turn nicely, popping up past the flags as Alicia Clark and Alana McDuff continue to go side by side in this opening 200 here of Heat 2, with Arabella Tomlinson sitting just a body length and a half away in third. A nice tight battle for fourth between Eve Anderson and Misha Nicholson, and that fourth place might be all important in the efforts to sneak into the final this evening. So Alana has now eked it out to half a second over Alicia, with Arabella continuing to remain just a body length behind. So we've moved into this all-important third 100. This is the 100 that's really important to make sure you continue to keep that pressure on, if anything, feeling like you're accelerating. You might not actually be accelerating, but then you won't be slowing down. It's the hardest 100 to get the pacing right in a 400. The third portion of any race is always that challenging part of a race. So Alana continues to just slightly extend that lead as we make our way through this third 100. She's out to almost half a body length lead over Alicia, with Arabella Tomlinson now 2.5 body lengths further behind in third. So Alana turns first at the 300s and is now back to half a second, with Alicia making a bit of a response in that third 100 and Arabella Tomlinson 3 seconds away in third. In the battle for fourth place, it is now clearly Misha Nicholson who has set herself apart from Eve Anderson, and that could guarantee her a spot in tonight's final. As we move into our final turn, Alana McDuff has responded and has pulled out to a 1.5 second lead into this final 50, with Alana Tomlinson a further 3 seconds away in third. But it will be Alana McDuff who takes the first place in this second heat, and will look to have a good lane for this evening's final session. And she comes into touch in a 4:39.14 with Alicia Clark in second and Arabella Tomlinson in third. So that was a much faster heat than our opening heat. So Misha Nicholson's 4:52 is comfortably into tonight's final, provided we don't have some fast swims from heat 3. So it looks like at the moment that 4:56 is sitting in 10th place after our first two heats, as we move along to heat 3. Just our 4 athletes in heat 3, with Grace Richards in 3, Katie Macklin in 4, Molly Dietbart in 5, and Chiara Fernando in 6. And it is Chiara who's going to lead through this opening 50 with Katie, and they turn through in 31.7 and 31.9. So none of these girls have broken the 5-minute mark yet. So we'll see if any of them can challenge that magical 5-minute barrier. So Katie Macklin from Seymour and District turns first at the 100 in a 1:07.7. With Chiara in second and Grace in third. So that 1:07 speed for that first 100 has given them a chance to set themselves up to challenge that 5-minute barrier. So 5-minute barrier for 400 means you're averaging a 1:15 per 100. Our first 100 tends to be our fastest 100, so we get a few bonus seconds there. And then if you can sort of average those 1:16s from there, you're a chance to break that 5-minute mark. Katie Macklin continues to lead from Chiara, with Grace maintaining third place over Molly. So Katie's doing a fantastic job of just keeping that kick going nice and steady, keeping the stroke nice and long as she works her way down the pool in this second 100. It does look like Grace Richardson has now moved into second place with a strong second 100. As we move through the 200-metre turn, as Katie leads in 2:24.7 with Grace Richardson in second. So they're still on track to challenge that 5-minute mark if they can sort of almost increase their speed in this third and fourth 100. So about a 1:17 there from Katie in that second 100. If she wants to break that 5-minute barrier, she's going to have to hold that speed and maybe even drop a couple of 1:16s if she can in this second half of the race. So she's leading by 2.5 metres over Grace Richards, who's a further body length and a half clear of Molly Detbarn, who's moved into third over our early leader, Chiara Fernando. So as we approach the 300-metre turn, Katie Macklin is maintaining that lead she's had throughout today, 400, and turns in a 3:42.7. Grace Richards in second and Molly in third. So Katie has given herself the best possible chance to try and get under this 5-minute barrier. She had an entry time of 5:04.58. With Grace Richards maintaining that distance behind in second. A really strong middle 200 from Grace moved her through the field. She's doing a good job of maintaining that nice strong kick all the way through this race. As Katie heads into her final turn and turns through in a 4:22.00. So it's a 38 seconds she needs to break if she's going to go under that magical 5-minute mark. It's going to be pretty tough in this final 50. Grace Richards is not letting her get any further away, but it's probably going to run out of ground to be able to make up any distance in this final 25. As Katie's got 15 metres to swim, and it's right on that 5-minute barrier she's going to be pushing. Will she get under it? With 5 metres left to swim, heads down into the wall, and a 4:59.43. Well done, Katie. With Grace getting touched out for Molly in second and third. But all three of our swimmers there recording personal best time. So congratulations to Heat 3. As we move on to our final event of this morning's program, the boys 14 years 400 metre freestyle. We have 3 heats listed, and on the blocks is Heat 1. Our Victorian record stands at a 4:01.91 set by Mac Horton in 2011. Our all-comers record was set back in 1990 by Danon Loader from New Zealand of a 4:03. So all-comers records the fastest time swam in Victoria. So some would say that record is now ancient, being standing for 23 years. So Toby Callahan in lane 4 from MLC is setting the early speed here in Heat 1. Looking nice and relaxed with Kevin Huang and Tharwin Perform going with him in this opening 100. But Toby does turn first in a 1:03.40. And he's just checking to both sides of his body, Toby, so breathing some 2s, some 3s, just to make sure he knows where everyone in the field is. And keeping that kick going nice and steady throughout this 400. So Toby still leads at the 150. Tharwin, with that strong turn, has reduced the margin We know Darwin's got some strong underwater dolphins, so he's utilising that and that strong push off the wall to move himself in with a chance each time he leaves the wall. So Toby continues to lead by half a body length over Darwin as we approach the halfway mark of this opening heat of the boys' 14 years 400 freestyle. They both turn through in a 2:12 with Harvey from Surrey Park in lane 2 now moving into 3rd place and starting to challenge our 2 leaders. So this all-important 3rd 100, and Harvey is trying to make his impact in this 3rd 100. Toby Callahan is still looking relatively comfortable as he leads through this next turn, with Darwin remaining in 2nd place, but Harvey's narrowed that gap. So that kick is ever increasing from Toby Callahan as he's trying to maintain his pressure and maintain his lead in this 3rd 100. So all 3 of our leading swimmers doing a good job of maintaining their length in their stroke as we move through this 300-metre turn, with Toby turning a 3:21.58. Harvey's now moved into 2nd place, and a nice strong turn has brought him almost up alongside Toby, with Darwin in 3rd. Darwin looks like he's trying to increase his tempo to hold on to Toby's feet as we move into this final 100. So again, there's 10 spots on the line for the finals tonight. So our swimmers in our heats, especially this opening heat, want to be in this first 3. And then they'll be pretty comfortable that they're going to make the final tonight. Harvey off that turn has come right alongside Toby. And if anything has moved into the lead, Toby's now breathed towards Harvey and is trying to respond as those 2 are going to battle it out over this last 15 metres here in Heat 1. Harvey had an entry time of 4:40, which he's going to absolutely annihilate as he comes into the wall and takes this heat out in a 4:27.94. Toby in 2nd, Darwin in 3rd. So well done there, Harvey. 13-second PB in the heats this morning. As we move on to Heat 2 of our boys' 14 years 400-metre freestyle. Strong start in lane 3 from Max McGeaney. Harry Heath's also gone with him in this opening 50, as Max has got about a half body length lead over Harry, with Harry a further half body length clear of the rest of the field. So nice strong first 50 there from Max in a 28.14, with Harry in 2nd and Adonis in 3rd. So as we settle down a little bit into our rhythm, Max McGeaney is putting together a really good opening 100. He's looking long and relaxed as he works his way through the 100-metre turn in a 1:01.42. With Adonis in 2nd and Harry Heath in 3rd. So now it's the grunt work starts to happen in this 400 when swimmers are settling into their speed, trying to maintain their tempo. With Max maintaining that body length lead over Adonis, and Harry Heath slightly ahead of a tight battle for 3rd. So if anything, Max has come back to the field a little bit in this second 100. Used that good speed in that first 50 to give himself a nice early lead. And now the field is starting to bunch up here in this second 100. So Max is about half a bottle in clear of Adonis, with Harry Heath leading the charge from lane 4 all the way through to lane 7 in that battle for third. So through the 200-metre turn, it's now getting even tighter. Max is maintaining his slight lead over the rest of the field, but the margins are narrowing. And here they come. 4 across the field, right up onto his hips as we go through this next turn. They're all turning within 1.3 seconds of each other. So Harry Heath has started to work his way towards Max and has gradually reduced the margin stroke by stroke over the last 200 metres. So Max will lead through into this final 100, and we'll see who has the biggest change of pace in this final 100. So it is Max, with Aidan McGee turning in second and Harry Heath in third. The legs have been brought in. Harry's now taken over the lead. Max maintaining second, Aidan in third, and a tight battle between Enrico and Will for fourth and fifth. But Harry Heath has turned it on in this last 100 and has moved well clear of both Max and Aidan, and is going to lead for this final 50 metres and is going to continue to lead through to the finish. So Max was our early leader and he remains in second place, but he's having a tight battle with Aidan McGee over this final 25, and also coming strong in lane 7 is Will Anderson. Harry Heath is going to come in and take heat 2 out in a 4:30.94. Will Anderson coming into second place with Aidan McGee in third. So that time of to currently sit in the top 10, I think sits at a 4:36.23 as we move on to our final heat of this morning's Day 3 heat session here at MSAC for the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championship. Cannon Power from Lilydale leads out in a 30.98.
Could we please have Bettina Ambrose, Starly Snyders, Lucy Doyle, William Bryan, Cody Said, and Luca Brown to the medal presentation area, please?
So Caden Power from Lilydale doing a solid job through this first 100 metres, looking relaxed as he makes his way into turn through in a 1:06.15. So our 3 swimmers here have entry times somewhere between the 4:49 and 4:50 second range. So we'll see how many of them can post some personal bests. Marley Sutherland swimming in lane 3, Lachlan Ricciani in lane 4, and Cannon Power in lane 5. So far, we've had a lot of swimmers in our final heats posting personal bests, so we'll see if that trend can continue. as Kanan turns through and leads by 2 seconds at the 150-metre mark over Lachlan and Marley. So Kanan's doing a good job of maintaining that nice, strong kick throughout this 400 so far. Alternating between breathing every 2s and every 4s as he turns through the 200 and a 2:18.77. So that's sort of a 1:11 for that 100, a 1:12 for that 100. So he's going to need to keep
Medal
that.
presentation for event 97, the girls 12 to 13 years 800 metre freestyle. In third place from Ballarat Swimming Club, Bettina Ambrose. In second place from Geelong Swimming Club, Zali Snyders. And in first place from Nunawading, Lucy Doyle.
So Kanan has continued to hold his lead and extend it over Lachlan in this third 100. That kick hasn't changed all the way through this 400. It's a nice, strong 6-speed
Medal
kick.
presentation for event 97, the boys 12 to 13 800 metre freestyle. In third place from Tiger Sharks, William Bryan. In second place from Terrelgan, Cody Said. And in first place from Melbourne Swimming Club, Luca Brown.
So we moved into our last 100 here. Kanan still continuing to lead. Got that 5-metre lead over Lachlan, who's a further 5 metres ahead of Marley. So Kanan's time that he's chasing is a 4:50.25. And he's giving himself every chance here as he turns through the 350-metre mark. Lachlan's also in with a good chance to swim under his personal best time with 50 metres to swim. Lachlan's starting to make a little bit of ground over Kanan, but it's not going to matter as Kanan is going to take this final heat out as he's keeping that kick going nice and strong, trying to accelerate his stroke rate in these last 15 metres as he comes underneath the flags with 5 metres to go, and is going to set a nice big personal best time of 4:43.03. Lachlan also swimming a personal best of 4:46.60, and Marley coming into touch in third. That concludes this morning's actions for day 3 of the 2023 Victorian Age Long Course Championships. We had a great morning's heat session with some fantastic swims right through our age groups from Kira Jeffs, Isaac Ballinger, Isabella Osborne, Lily Kosh, Zara Olawani, Alana Torrance, Campbell Wilson Moran, as well as those medalists we just saw in our 800 metre freestyle. So we look forward to you guys joining us this evening here on Kayo Freebies for when our finals kick off for day 3 at 5:30 p.m. But for now, goodbye.